Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is having a good day today. I got to start off with some pastries today, so I'm always excited by that. Our first puzzle today is going to be this puzzle Interference by dumediat. So I'll read the people who voted for that in a second. But welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. Today we're going to stream for 4 hours. I know this is a strange time. The schedule is getting sorted out because of the fact that the semester is wrapping up. So I have randomly I have graduation when I would stream on Sunday, and randomly I have a faculty meeting tomorrow when I would normally stream. So thank you for joining us. I know it's weird. There will be a standard summer schedule soon, but I don't know what it's going to be yet. So we will tell you about that. But I can also say that our next stream, which is Monday, is going to be the 24-hour stream. So that should be exciting and fun. I'm looking forward to it. I'm sure I will regret it by some number of hours in it that's not too large, but we'll see. But I'm looking forward to it. We're going to do a lot of puzzles. We're going to play a lot of games. I went on a bit of a binge with getting a few Steam games that are puzzle-oriented that I've wanted to play. We'll see. Tristan optimistically thinks I'll make it 10 hours in before I regret it. I think it'll be much less than that. But we'll see. But I expect I'll get a second and third wind at various points through it. So I think it will be exciting and fun. Like I said, lots of puzzles, lots of games. Maybe we'll make a puzzle together. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, but we'll figure it out. It should be an adventure. So this is all in celebration of the fact that we have recently purchased a new house that we'll be moving to soon. And so it is a celebration / an opportunity to ask for any help with these sorts of things. I'm open to playing word games. I will tell you I have been playing a million games of Octordle lately because I got Octordle on my phone. So I just play through, when I'm just sitting with nothing to do, I just play Octordle over and over and over again. Hey, Nell! Nell has now been a windmill for 10 months. Very exciting. Let me give you a windmill dance, Nell. Thank you. Woo! Woo! Woohoo! Waha! Wee! Woohoo! Waha! Waha! Thank you, Nell. Thank you. By the way, if you did not know, Nell also streams on streams over on Twitch. So if you're interested, you can go follow Nell there, where they play a bunch of sort of programming games and sometimes do some Sudoku puzzles and sometimes do other things. I have enjoyed it when I have joined, so recommend it. Let's see. But yes, during the 24-hour stream, we will be doing all kinds of things. Because otherwise my brain will die. So I'm going to try and do sort of a wide variety of things. There's a thread where you can vote on what things you most want to see over on the Discord. It's pinned, so if you want to go to the Discord and you want to cast some votes for what you want to see, you are welcome to do that. I will... Isabella's now been a fan for 8 months. Excellent. Let's get you a fan dance, Isabella. Woohoo! 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 Waha! Woohoo! Waha! Woohoo! What up? Thank you, Isabella. I remember when Isabella just started coming to the stream. It feels like so recently. It's been 8 months. Wow, that's amazing. But anyway, so there'll be a variety of games if you want to vote on what I do. I will probably prioritize games that have the most votes, but at various points when my brain is dead, we'll see exactly what happens. But it should be fun. We have set a goal of if we get to $500 of donations, I will dye my hair carnival cake purple. So if you want to see a Zeta with carnival cake purple hair, I will do that. So we will see how that goes. Alrighty. Anyway, look forward to that. I'll be streaming a bunch of different stuff. But now let us hop over to this puzzle Interference by dumediat. I greatly appreciate the one-word cryptic title. So I should read the people who voted for this. Often, which puzzle wins for the most voted on puzzle is sort of a close one. This time it was not at all close. There were 11 votes for this. By the way, if you're not aware how the voting works, people who support at the windmill level or higher, they get to see all the puzzles that I'm sort of thinking about doing, and then I open every stream with the most voted on puzzle. So in this case, that most voted on puzzle was this. So we have that. So the people who voted for this puzzle, all supporters of the stream, thank you very much for your support, are Woofer, Neverio, Nordy, dumediat, Luda, Josh, Russ, Glum Hippo, Math Pesto, David, and DDX. So thank you very much to all of you for your support. This appears to be some sort of like loop hybrid thingy, and I want to say the last dumediat puzzle I did on stream was a loop hybridy thingy. It's possible I've done one since then, but I really enjoyed, it was one of my favorite puzzles of the year that I'm trying to think of the name of, and I just cannot pull. What was the name of the Yajlin hybrid dumediat? I loved that puzzle. That puzzle was fabulous. Embark. There we go. MicroStudy has it. Embark. If you've not done Embark, I recommend doing Embark. I was told that row 2, column 2 would make a good bet tree for this puzzle. So we should do that. Okay, so now we have to read the rules, and I have not read the rules at all, but I know that there's Masyu involved, which means that this is going to be a disaster. If you watched the stream where we had Jovi on as a guest, then you can see what a disaster I am with Masyu. But let's try. Okay, so we have mean mini cipher. Mean mini cipher. Okay, so each of the 5 letters represents a digit from 1 to 9. Solver must determine. These 5 digits are the only ones that may be entered into the grid. Okay, got it. So I have to... There's 5 digits in the entire universe, and I have to fill those in the grid somehow, some way, yet to be determined. We have an irregular deconstruction. Within the grid, there are 5 non-overlapping regions of 5 orthogonally connected cells each. The 5 identified digits must be placed such that the digits do not repeat in any row, column, or region. Got it. Okay, so there's 5 pentamino regions, and that's it. So most of this grid does not have numbers in it at all, is my understanding of what that means. Because there's a lot more than 25 cells here. There are, in fact, 120 cells, and so only 25 of the 120 cells, if I read that correctly, have digits in them. And then we need to draw a non-intersecting loop through the centers of some cells that passes through every circle. The loop must turn on black circles and go straight through white circles. And then the loop must turn in one of the cells adjacent to a black circle. So if you have not seen this before, if you have a black circle, that means the loop is going to have to turn at the black circle. And then it has to go straight in each direction one step after in both directions. And if instead you have a white circle, and it's hard to draw in white, so I'm instead going to draw it as blue. If you have a white circle, it goes straight through the white circle, but then it must turn on one of the sides immediately after that. That is the rules of the 2 kinds of dots. Now, you'll notice we've not actually been told what color any of these dots are, so that's going to be its own adventure. The solver must determine the color of each circle. Okay, great. So each of these circles is a color yet to be determined. Okay, each circle contains digits and or letters representing digits. In white circles, the corresponding digits must appear in at least one of the up to 8 surrounding cells. In black circles, the corresponding digits must not appear in the surrounding cells. Okay, so white means does appear, black means does not appear in the 8 surrounding cells. If a circle contains both a letter and a digit, they should be read as 2 distinct clues, i.e. the 5D circle is cluing both a 5 and a D, regardless of the value of D. If D is 5 and the circle is white, there must be 2 5s. Right, so in particular, this is not a 78 for purposes of these. This is a 7 and an 8. And then if this is white and D is 5, this might be the only cell where... No, if this is white and D is 5, I need 2 5s in these. If this is white and C is 3, then I need 2 3s in the surrounding cells. Yeah, great to have you here, Franco. Always nice to have you around. Are you doing any knitting today? Alrighty, okay. And then, cells containing circles or loop must not be part of the regions, i.e. they must not contain digits. The final solution may include cells that contain neither digits nor loop segments. So we've got a loop, we've got 5 regions, and then we've got some stuff that's maybe not part of any of those things. All right, so that is our adventure. Hey, Brennan, how are you doing? I hope you are doing well. Okay, and now we get to play Zeta Sucks at Masyu, because I know I'm supposed to be looking at, like, the ones on the border and trying to figure out what's happening. So, so here's an interesting point. I think we're going to need to really think about the fact that we need a bunch of digits in these surrounding cells. So I don't think 5 can be D, because if 5 was D, that would say that in these 5 cells, I need 2 5s. But the problem with that is those 2 5s would have to both go into this column, because remember, there's no region on circles. Circles always contain loop. I don't know if I want to try and, like, mark things that I know definitely don't contain digits. Maybe I will mark things that definitely don't contain digits, and then I might decide that I also want to, like, clue loop cells or something later. But let's just mark these as light gray, as things that do not contain region. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I see that there's a few other cells that just can't possibly contain a region, because regions are 5 cells, and you can't fit 5 cells in one cell. Anyway, I'm now confident D is not 5. Oops, I did not turn my keypad on. So D we have down to only that many candidates. But I think if I look at this, I guess there are... Well, how many cells can I'm trying to figure out how many possible numbers I can possibly cram into the digits around here. Because it looks to me like I'm going to need some repeats in these letters, but maybe not quite. Okay, but at least 2 of these cells are in regions because of the 5D clue. So 2 or 3 of these cells are part of a region. Oh, it could be a black dot. It doesn't have to be white. Right, sorry. In my brain, I suddenly was thinking all dots are white, but not all dots are white. Right, so I have to put back. So, right. So Selena is right. It could be a black dot, in which case D could be 5, right? That's only if this is a white dot that we run into those problems. Okay, now I do know that every circle is visited by the loop. That is certainly true. For whatever that is worth. Okay, so in the world where this is a white circle, what does the loop look like? The loop looks like that. And then one of these, the loop turns into. And so this would be a loop, a 5, and a D in that universe. Because the loop needs to turn there or there. So if this circle is white, then these segments are a 5, or these cells are a 5, a D, and a loop segment. So that's interesting that sort of all forced. If this is black instead, then if this is black, then one of these is white and one of these is black, is what I'm seeing from my limited Masyu. So just to show you, if this is black, then that says it looks like this, and now this is a corner, and so it gets clipped like that, but therefore it's also black. And so you end up getting that kind of arrangement, where this is white and that's black, and so you get all of that. So now I'm eyeballing that this would make the 3C clue really interesting, because now there'd only be 2 cells to fit those, and that doesn't quite work. Let's see. Isabella says these are both black, right? Or sorry, both white. So Isabella's point is the following. If, let's just say this one's black, that means it looks like this, but now this cell is unvisitable. And so this can't be black. This must be white. Which now means that this comes here. And so now because this does not extend 2 in this direction, this is also white. And so I'm going to mark that both of these are white. Oops. Like that. So that is a great point from Isabella there. So we've got some loop circle colors, and now the turn has already happened, so these white circles are both perfectly content. But I need an A, a B, and a C in these cells, and this had better be the one that contains the A. So the bet tree is an A, because if I try and put the A anywhere else, then I don't have room for my B and my C, because these are white now. So the thing I tried to make false before, no, that's not true, sorry. There's 5 cells. Never mind, I take it back. There's 5 cells, and these 5 cells definitely contain an A, a B, and a C, for whatever it is worth. Okay, oh, the loop doesn't touch region, right. So actually it is these 3 cells. Those are the only ones. Those have to all be in regions. Okay, right. Rules. Loop doesn't go through regions. So these 3 cells alone now contain A, B, and C. And so I do think this is an A. And this is a B, and this is a C. But that means, in particular, all of these are part of a region. Which means that this loop continues in these directions. With that being the A, that being the B, and that being the C. If only there were some sort of tool that would let me mark that. But sadly, Sven did not provide us with such a thing. Let's see now. So this is an A, a B, and a C. And so that's the B, interestingly. Am I really going to have to do this? This feels so bad. The actual worst. So we've got all of those sort of penciled in just based on how I have to fit A, B, and C into these 3 letters, or sorry, into these 3 cells. So I'm trying to think about what happens here with D's and E's. Like if this cell is green, then this is white and it keeps going. And then E is black and it doesn't keep going. I guess the easy way to see it is if this is white, that's a D, because it's the only cell that could possibly contain a D. So this is either a D or loop. Those are the only 2 options of what this could be in its life. I'm just saying lots of words that are not currently getting me anywhere, but maybe someday will get me somewhere. That is the fantasy. This B is going to be difficult, but not impossible, I think, for this to be white. Because if this is white, the B that it sees is not the B from this region. It's a B from a different region. Let's see. I don't think this can be black. Let me go into the bifurcation palette and check. If this is black, we get this happening. And now the problem is that makes this a corner, which gives us this. But now this needs... Oh, no, it's black. It's black. It being black is fine. No, it's okay. Annoyingly, it's okay. I keep wanting circles to be better than circles are. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so Martin has a good point sort of on the way other side of the universe. That is sort of the kind of thing I was trying to do over here, but it didn't work. But Martin's point works beautifully here. What if this is white? If this is white, why am I getting a phone call? If this is white, what happens is that the loop goes through here and then turns there because it's forced to, and now there aren't two cells in which to put things. So in fact, Martin's completely right. This cell's forced to be black. And if it's forced to be black, regardless of what happens, the loop definitely goes like that. I'm going to sneeze 1 second. I even muted the mic that time like a real streamer. This can't turn this way because that would break the rule of black circles because it has to go straight after the turn in each direction because Masyu stuff. And so now this 1-5 is also forced to be black because it can go straight in neither direction. So this is also black. And we get, again, that sort of thing, which forces this line to extend this way because it's a, what did we call it, microstudy? It's a place where priests live. It's not Coventry, but it's something like Coventry. It's like the thing from Carcassonne. I can't think of it now. Dagnamit. Cloister. It's a cloister. There we go. It's a cloister, which has become the official technical term for corners that go horizontally or vertically, for unclear reasons, we'll say. So this can't be region anymore. In fact, none of this can be region anymore. In fact, if I'm marking stuff that can't be region, I should probably mark everything on the loop as can't be region. Kind of, Tristan, except microstudy is the one who came up with the term, so maybe doesn't get complete credit for remembering it. Okay, I can't fit region here anymore. There's just not enough room. So no region over there. If this is white, this is an AD pair. This 7-8 sure doesn't do much. Let's see. This is a very clever rule set, by the way. So it was a point being made before that both of these Ds can't be white. I think it was Selena that made this point. If both of these Ds were white, both of these cells would be a D, and I would be repeating a D within the row, and that's not going to work. Oh, I'm seeing that there's a C here, and the C sees this 3C. So if this is white, it doesn't work. If this is white, what happens is that this goes like this, and now I have to put a C into one of these three cells, and I cannot. So this is not white. This is black. And that being black forces this here to go out that way, regardless of how it worked. So that is interesting. Yeah, and we've got our turn here. So we either turn down, in which case this E could really go either which way, or we turn up. I'm not quite sure I see what's going there. Let's see. Selena says this has to be white. If this is black, we isolate this, is Selena's point. So if this were black, I would force this line, and now this line is in no man's land, and I can't go into no man's land. So this is, in fact, white. So we can mark it as white, which is also known as blue. And if that's white, then my loop does that. This loop can't continue up here, because if it does, this is a very short bifurcation palette. If this goes up here, now this loop is also in no man's land. So this loop must close here. Remember, this has loop in it, so it doesn't have a number. So these are an AD pair. Like that. I'm find that I find the number tool less offensive, or sorry, the letter tool less offensive if I only click the letters with my mouse rather than using the keyboard. That might be a pro tip for anyone who also does not like the letter tool. So this is either white or it isn't. If it's white, then it goes through like this and turns like that. If it's black, then it just immediately turns like this and goes there. And then my green sort of pokes out like that. That looks very forcing in terms of what it would do to green and then do to this loop and all of that sort of thing. But I don't know if I want to chase it completely yet. Bye, Nell. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for your support as well. Let's see. Okay. So there's an A and a D. I'm trying to decide if I should be thinking about Sudoku with this A and the D. I don't see any A's and D's in this column that I could use. There's an A circle here, which if I knew all of this was loop, would let me do a little bit of Sudoku. Agree with Ratfinks that this is either 8 or loop. Because in one version it's loop, and in the other version I need to put an 8 somewhere, and this is the only place for the 8. So this is 8 or loop. I'm sort of inclined to denote that like that, letting 0 stand in for nothing, for loop, or for not region. I'm worried that this is going to confuse me, but it seems to be an important enough point that I want to record it anyway. Let's see. This seems like it's going to mean something once I know whether so my setter guess is that we're going to much later in the puzzle know that 8 is not one of the 5 digits, and therefore this is going to be black, and then it's going to force everything, but we can't do that until we know more about the digits. Oh, A or D could be 8. Right. Sorry. Right. Martin has caught a very near fatal accident here. 8 could be A or D, in which case this is already satisfied if it's white. And then it would not force anything particularly special. Okay, so here's a good question from Ron. If this is white, where is it getting its B? Because it's not getting a B from this region. So if it's white, it could go this way, in which case it could not get its B here, because that would block this region from finishing. Because if I put a B here now, this region has no more cells it can take. I can't put a B here because of Sudoku. I could probably get away with putting a B here. I think that would be okay. And I certainly don't see why I couldn't put a B there. If it's vertical, I can't get a B here. I could maybe get a B here. Could maybe even get a B here. I think there are options, but it's a very good point to consider. If this is white, the B is going to be quite constrained. Okay, maybe I should ask the question: if this is in a region, what letter is it? If this is in a region, it's D. Because if this is in a region, it's going to force that across there, like that. I'm just looking at the fact that D and E are the letters missing, and there happens to be a D and an E looking at this cell, but I can't quite make anything useful out of that immediately that I can see. Like, this is certainly D or nothing. Yeah, the D's are one white and one black. I definitely agree with that. Okay, so Selena believes if we just hypothesize that this 5D is white, it's going to break fairly quickly. So if we hypothesize that this 5D is white, then these are a 5D pair, and that cell is a 4. Right, okay, so yeah, so here's the point. These are now a 5D pair, and now this... Oh, no, D could be 4. So D would have to be 4. This would be not in any region. I'm just trying to see why this breaks, because I was convinced it was until I realized that D could be 4. But the loop goes up from 4 and breaks the Masyu white rule. Right. That's the point. Okay, right. It has nothing to do with letters at all. I mean, it has a little tiny bit to do with letters, but the point is that it doing this, which is what it would have to do, of course, does not actually work within the Masyu rules, because in a white dot in Masyu rules, you need to turn in one of the cells that's immediately there. And neither of those, and that does not work. So a little bit of bifurcation means that this is black. And if it's black, then we can fill in this. And because it's black now, we actually get all of that. So this has become white by virtue of that extension. So now one of these is a 4. So 4 is actually in our collection of digits, so we can corner mark 4 over there like that. Now if this is a 4, it would be a D or an E, which is interesting. If this is the 4, it might be a D or an E, or it might not be a D or an E. Oh, I know it's not a D. This cell I know is never D. So, oh, and I know A and C aren't 4, because the 4 is definitely in one of these two cells. It looks at A and C. So neither A nor C is 4, because one of these two is 4, regardless of how this works. One of those two is 4, so A and C are not 4. So B, D, or E is 4. Now, if B or E is 4, that forces this to be white. So this sort of feels to me like we're supposed to bifurcate on this being white in order to show that it's not B or E, which will force D to be the 4. So just to go over that, I know that this cell sees a 4. And so I suspect the conclusion is going to be that this can't be white. For some reason yet to be determined by me. And that will have the direct consequence that it will force D to be 4, which would be great. So I just want to look a smidge ahead and see if we can rule out this being white. Unfortunately, I don't see any problem with that right away. That doesn't work. So if this is white, it's certainly not horizontal, because if it's horizontal, it's forced to do that, which cleans out my ability to place a 4. So if it's white, it certainly looks like that. Certainly in this universe, this cell is green. It would be E in that case. Because the 4 here, but this is getting messy. I don't think this is quite what I'm supposed to do. If the 4 is here, it also rules 4 out of B. So if the 4 is here, then only D and E can be the 4. If this is 4, it rules 4 out of D, because it's in a black D clue. And this would have to be white. Which would have to look like that version that I showed you before. Does that mean this 4 is always ruled out of B? Have I just shown this 4 is always? No, there's... Okay, what if the 4 is not in here? Let's bifurcate on that instead. Let's imagine that this is a separate Simon sweater from this. So we're hypothecating that this is a Simon sweater region that does not join this. So I'm imagining that this is the 4, this is the nothing, and I'm trying to imagine what is going on with this. And the answer is it breaks immediately because I can't make this into a black... Wait. I'd want this to be a white circle, but certainly can't be a white circle or a black circle. So that does break. So the thing I have just proven, I believe, chat can either confirm or deny this. I believe I've just proven that wherever this 4 is, it's definitely part of this region. If I try and put the 4 in a separate region, it breaks this circle almost immediately. And so that means B is not the 4, because the 4 is in a region with a B. So only D and E can be the 4. So if this is a 4, these are both part of this region, is what we've just proven. In which case... Right. We've also proven, Martin points out, that this cell is green, because we've said regardless, if either this cell is green or this cell's green and this cell's also green, in both of those cases, this cell's always green. Thank you, Martin. I somehow was missing that. So we've got that. So yeah, we've got to think about where the D goes in this region. And so if this is green, that's the D. Does look at that. I don't know if I'm completely enthralled by that. We also know, because of these Ds, can I make both of these Ds black? Is there a reason I can't make both of these Ds black? At most, one of them is white, but is there a reason they can't both be black? Somehow I was taking for granted that they both couldn't be black, but maybe they can both be black. Isabella says 1D has to be white. Right. If they're both black, okay, let me show you that. I didn't see it. If both of the Ds are black, it's forced to look like this. And now this E is broken because I need to have a loop going through it. And this is a cloister, but one end of the cloister is in no man's land. So that's true. So one of these Ds is legitimately white. So I do know one of all of these cells is a D. I don't know which one. Again, if this one's the D, it creates an interesting sort of like, it forces this to be the 4 and to be an E. Okay, so Isabella has a good point. If this D is white, then it must turn here, going through the E, looking like that, and therefore the E is white. So if this D is white, then this E is definitely white. If this D is white, then it looks like that, and now... Now this D has to be black because I can't have two white Ds, because two white Ds would put two Ds in the same row, but now that has also made E white. So the point is, if you look a little ahead, this is kind of a like parallel, this is just a case argument, but one of these Ds is definitely white, and whichever one it's white, whichever white-black combination it is forces this to be white. I expect that this is something that if I was any good at Masyu, I would be able to visualize in my head, but I certainly cannot. So this E is definitely white. And if it's horizontal, I suspect that's going to be a problem. If this E is horizontal, this D can't turn up because that would break the Masyu rules. This dot is neither white nor black. So this would continue and continue. And now we've broken the Masyu rules because we have a white that doesn't turn either way. So again, with something that requires a little look ahead for someone who's bad at Masyu, this E is always vertical. Like that, and white. Okay, so there's an E either here or here. If one of these... Okay, Selena is asking if this BE is black, where does this region get its E? And the answer would have to be here. But that's the D. That's the D. Okay, so this is Selena's point, and it's beautiful. If this is black, we're just hypothecating that. If you imagine that this is black, actually, sorry, I should do that in the bifurcation palette. If this is black, oops, X's everywhere, go away. If this is black, then now this region needs an E, and the only place it can possibly go is here. So now this cell is an E. But now, where is this cell going? Well, this cell's certainly not turning into there. So now this cell is also a D, and that does not work. So that means that this cell was not, in fact, black. It is white. And if it's white, we certainly know what it looks like. That's a very good spot to Selena there. This is a corner, so it turns there. Now, the B this sees is certainly over here, because it doesn't see that B. So one of these two cells is now obligated to be a B. Let's see. Yeah, I know B's not 4. Again, either... Oh, I can't possibly... This can't possibly be an E. Because if this cell is an E, it breaks through Selena's point again. If this is an E, it's also a D. So that does not work. So the E is actually in one of these two cells. Sorry for hitting the microphone. Apologies if it was terrible. So one of these two cells I know is an E. Let's see. I think this D always connects this direction. Because if the D doesn't connect this direction, then it's not a valid kind of dot. So I can always at least draw that in. Don't know what else to do with it yet, but we'll do that so far. Isabella sees it. It's because of the E's. The E's now say this D can't be black, because if this D is black, again, what happens, because of the weird Masyu rules about things, this D has to do that, but that rules out both E's, so that does not work. So this E is not black, this E is white, which makes this D black. And so this does that, which means this is a corner, and so it does that. Like that. That now makes this green. The loop certainly doesn't close. If the loop closed, we'd have a problem. So the loop doesn't close. Loop still doesn't close, so this goes that way. That places a B, actually. So there is my B. 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 There we go. Uh-oh, Selena thinks we did something wrong. I'd screwed up row 6. Okay, are we good through... Are we good through here? Oh, right. This step is the problem. So it's true that step even was correct. But then I said this goes that way, and that's not true because this can still go down. Got it. Okay. So everything I said except for the one thing I said was correct, but then this one was wrong. So that's my B. And so one of these is an E. Yeah, so these are an ED pair, to be clear. And that one's not the D. Okay, so this one's the D. Regardless of whether it's a 4 or not, this cell's definitely a D. So that's a D, and this is an E. Let me center mark that. This is a D, and this is an E because of the black dot. I don't know that it's interesting, but it's true, so I might as well mark it. I can gray all of these. Oh, you know it, baby. Okay, so this region now is not 5 cells yet. So it grows, which then forces this to turn because it's now a corner, which then places the E up here. And so now this is gray, remember, because it's got a thing. So this needs to grow. That's gray because it's got a thing. So this needs to grow. And so this extends across that, not like that. Spoiler, this is not correct. The loop does not split and go diagonal at this spot in the puzzle. So we've got that, and so now that's gray as well, which means this has to come out like that. If these joined, it would be too many cells. So we have that. So now this green has to come out like that. So we've got all kinds of action happening all of a sudden. This is a corner, so now it goes that way, and it has to go through the A. It has no choice but to go through the A. Now, it doesn't have to keep going, so maybe through was the wrong Masyu word. So we do that. Okay, and now we again don't close the loop, but this time I think I'm correct in saying that this, because it can't go that way and it can't go that way, it now has to go that way, which now forces this to be a corner, so it goes that way. Whole bunch of steps all at once. Oh, by the way, I actually know which of these is A and which of these is D just by sudoku, if I want. So this cell is now A, and this is D. Seems worthwhile to mark in case it's relevant for the something. And by the way, we have 4 of our 5 regions now, all of a sudden out of nowhere. Okay. The only cell in here that can be D is that one. Is maybe worth noting. Let's see. Oh. Oh, this has to be black. This is the easy deduction, because if this is white, let me just show you. Even I can visualize this. If this is white, it does this, and now where does the E go? In a column with another E. So this is not white, it's black. So we can go bloop, 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 like that. So we can go bloop, bloop with the colors like that. So no E there. Interesting. Okay, Martin asks, if I look at row 2, column 6, where do I put the A and the B in this region? So that's not an A or a B, and that's not an A or a B. Got it. In fact, none of those cells are A or B. And so, yeah, so the A and B, actually, if I just ask where they're going, I only get one more cell, and it can't be that one, so it had better be this one. And now this can't orthogonally touch. Someone can read the rules and tell me, are regions allowed to touch each other or diagonally? These are an AB pair, per Martin's point. So these are a CD pair. Oh, why have I never marked that this is a D? This is a white cell, so this is definitely the D. Oh, regions can touch just completely. I see. Have I screwed that up before? Still true to say that these are AB. Oops. I hope I have not screwed that up, because I think I made a deduction before about regions not being, something being gray, because regions couldn't touch. But maybe I didn't. Or maybe I did and I got lucky. So that's a D and that's a C. But then that forces this to be white. And as soon as this is white, do that, which then, and it has to turn because it's white and I have to turn on one side or the other. So this has to come down here. Okay, this I know just by Sudoku is E, funnily enough. Microstudy also sees that. Because just every other letter is used in the row. And so these are A, B, C in some order. No, not A, B, C. They're A, C, D in some order. That one's not... Oh, this one is, I'm being told, is not C or D. Oh, it could be C, but it's not D. Sven is seeing the table at the side and seeing that that C sees this cell, which is not correct. Okay. This is now forced to be white, just by continuing the thing. I can no longer fit a region over here. So that doesn't happen. So now, actually, Sven was right. Sven was completely right. One of these is a C, so that's not a C, because those are the only places. So Sven actually correctly deduced that because of this clue, I just wasn't looking that far ahead. So apologies for saying Sven was wrong. So this is a B and an A. There's 5 letters in this row, so these are both gray. That's gray. I have moral objections to regions being allowed to touch in this kind of puzzle, by the way. I don't think this can turn this way without breaking the loop, right? I think if this... my loop intuition tells me if this loop turns this way, the loop is done for, right? Because now this either runs into no man's land or closes the loop, neither of which work. So this doesn't go that way, at least. I can make that a green X just for the record. The loop does not do that. And likewise, this loop segment does not do that. Oh, this is white. It just has to turn right. And so it doesn't go that way either because this is a white dot, which I never actually marked. Are there any others I've not marked? I've not marked that one either. Yeah, maybe the rest of them I do not know. But because of that, this has to turn and it doesn't turn that way, so it turns that way. So I can get rid of all of these X's now. So this is gray. There's no way for this to be a black dot anymore. Where would it go? Right? It can't go that direction anymore, and it would have to. So this is a white dot. Microstudy agrees. Okay, so the world breaks if this goes horizontally. Because if this white dot goes horizontally now... oh, maybe not. Never mind. Sorry, I don't think it breaks if it goes horizontally. Not immediately, anyway. There's definitely a B in one of these 3 cells, though, I should mark because of the fact that this is a white dot. And the B can't go over on this side. Oh yeah, if BC is vertical, it breaks even faster. So my it breaks this way is incorrect. If this happens, now this loop segment by force connects to here, but then the loop is closed and there's 2 loops. So in fact, actually, this is horizontal, which is crazy. So this loop segment continues out over to here, graying both of these. And if it's gray, it's not a B, as they say. So, one of these is a B. That's gray as well, of course. I'm going to take a real quick break. I will be right back. Alrighty, I am back. So I saw right as I was leaving that Kelly in chat. Kelly had said I know something about D, which is that I know C or D is 7 from this. Oh, in fact, I just know D is 7 because of this clue. There's a 7 and a C in here, which means that D had better be 7. So D is in fact 7. And we get to do our digit dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. And so that's going to let me fill in some digits. So it's going to make E4 immediately. So that's a 7 and that's a 4. Naverio did vote for this puzzle. So Naverio is probably very excited. So E is 4. D is 7. D is 7. E is 4. This is going to be a nightmare. I really should have waited until the end of all of this to actually fill this in, because I'm never going to get all of this right now. Alrighty. Okay, so Selena says if this is black, it closes the loop. Right. So if this is black, it of necessity has this as one of its components, but now these 2 loop ends are sort of shoehorned into closing the loop. That's not allowed. So this is not black, it is white. Good spot to Selena. So therefore, this goes like this. So we've done that. Those two are not mutually exclusive, Ron. Sorry. What? Alrighty. Trying to see if there's something going on with, like, closing the loop over here, but not quite. So, yeah, so there's a 6 somewhere. Around about, yeah, either B or C is 6, or there's a 6 over here. If this is black, it forces... So I want to look for a second. If this is black, it forces my region here to look exactly like this. I want to see if there's anything that's ruled out of it. So it's got an A. It would need a B, which would have to go here. And then it would need an E, and it can't have one. It would need a 4. So if this is black, then we have a problem. Which is that if this is black, the region looks like this, and I can't put an E in it because I have to put the B there. So this isn't black; it's white. Is the upshot. That may not have been the intended strategy there, but we'll make do. And because of white stuff, it has to turn there. Now, chat had a very good point. Martin specifically. There's a loop down here. And so the fact that there's a loop down here means that if I count sort of 5 cells away from this, then we have problems. Then we're going to get just gray stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. All of that could be region. But now, actually, like, stuff that is 5 away from both this and that, like all the stuff over here, we just know is gray. Because we know there's 5 total regions. So, let's see. So, that stuff, for example, that, for example. Let's see. This could go... Could get to there. Could get to there. Can't get to there, though, I think. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. And there's probably more we could do if we thought about it more. This cell's an 8 just by the circle, because I need to put an 8 somewhere, and I have nowhere else to put an 8. Because although I do have to worry constantly about the letters, I don't have to worry about the letters when it comes to whether 7 can be 8 or not. 7 cannot be 8 in this puzzle. Okay. Trying to decide if this could go down. I don't know. I think people were saying this was less gross than I made it out to be. If I understood chat correctly, I think chat was saying that rather than thinking about this whole specific region, I think I could have just looked at the loop and seen that this broke the loop. Because there was... So my argument got the correct answer, but there was a simpler argument about why the universe where this went this way was broken, I think is what chat is telling me. I didn't think my particular argument was terrible by any means, but because it was pretty clearly forcing, but it sounds like there was a nicer way to think about it. Right. These two can't connect, Jim points out, because if they connect, I now have no way of getting these two apart from each other. I guess the point is really these two always connect, regardless of how I do it, because there's not enough room for one of them to go around the other. So if I connect these, I have a huge problem. So that doesn't happen. If this wants... So the whole reason we were talking about all this graying is to think about cells like this one. So can this really be white? And I think the answer is no, because if this is white, let's just imagine the world where this is white, it has to go vertically because these two have to be green, but now the loop is... oh, maybe the loop isn't quite broken yet. I don't know. I don't think I quite know yet. Bye, Tristan. Okay, so very good point from Isabella. If I keep track of what numbers I know are in the puzzle, I know 4 and 7 are in the puzzle. I know 8 is in the puzzle. Do I know it? And I know 6 is in the puzzle because of this cell. And I've never marked it, but I know one of these two is oh no, I don't know that. But I do know 6 is a digit in the puzzle. One of those 4 is a 6. Okay, so 4, 7, 6, and 8 are digits in the puzzle. So therefore 5 and 9 cannot both be digits in the puzzle, and therefore this is black. That is Isabella's argument for why this is black, which is easier than the one I was trying to make. So this cell, circle, definitely black. Martin says that would be a 6-cell region. Couldn't I do that? I would have thought I could do that, but maybe not. Oh! Wait, no, this cell can't be C. So one of these two cells is C. I think Chad is trying to get me to see some math around this. This is not B or C, but that's fine. I already knew that. Yeah, I don't think this immediately helps. Okay. So we can still get from there. I guess, actually, technically, I need both a B and a C in here, so this can't make it... This doesn't have 5 cells from here. It only has 4 cells from here. So the point Chad is making is when I counted before, I said, well, I know that there's a B at most this far over, and so then I can count 5 cells from here, but actually, there's a B and a C at most this far over, so I can count 4 cells, and so I can do things like, that's gray, and these are gray. So that was an alternate argument that this was definitely black, that sort of recovered the originally intended argument. If this goes here, it's a disaster, because if this goes here now by black circle stuff, oh no, that's fine. Never mind, that's not a disaster. That's perfectly fine. Sorry, I thought that closed the loop, but it does not in fact close the loop. It uncloses the loop. This 2-6 can't be black. Because if this 2-6 is black, it definitely goes up through the 5-9, but then the 5-9 isn't black. So the 2-6 is white. And if it's white, it definitely... Right, it can't be vertical. If this is a vertical white... Now my region is locked onto this side, because it can't get over to this side anymore. But now I need to put both a 2 and a 6 exactly here. And I can't put both a 2 and a 6 in that cell, so that's not going to work. So it's not horizontal, it's not vertical, it's horizontal. And so now that tells me I know this BC white circle, it needs to turn, so it does that. And so now this needs to turn, so it does that, and then it does that, just to sort of connect everything over. So now all of these are gray, and now we know where our C goes. There's the C, and there's the B. And I know that these are green, and though, in fact, I know actually all of these are green. It's the only way that we can do that. So this is a 4 by virtue of the fact that it sees every other thing. This is gray, because it's, well, actually, oh no, we're not quite done. I thought we were done somehow. Okay, so BC4. So I need a 7. Oh, I need a 2 and a 6. So the point is, this is 2 or 6, and C is 2 or 6. In fact, all of these are 2, 6, 8, just for, because we now know our last digit in the puzzle. And so this is 2, 6, or 8. Okay, so now this is black, and it can't go down, so it must go up. And so now once I fill in that, then Sarah's point is clear that this needs to connect this way or we're running out of stuff. So that works. This cell? This cell sees everything except 4 in the column. Oh, the bottom region pencil marks are wrong. That's fine. I don't care. Well, this one's still a 2 or a 6. That part's right. Oh, no. Actually, it's even better. This just is the 7. There's nowhere else I can put the 7. Right. Okay, so that's a 7. Right, and C is 2 or 6. Right, that part was right. But then I can just place the 7 here. And so B is not 2 or 6. B is 8 is the point of all of this, because that's the other 2, 6. In the thing, because both of these have to be seen by that. So that's the other 2 or 6. So B is not 2 or 6. Therefore, B is the last digit. B is 8. And so I can fill in 8 there, 8 there, 8 there, 8 there. Like that. The 2, 6 white does need to turn by Masyu rules. Agree with that. I could sneak a 6 in one of these 2 cells using this omino, I think, Ron. This deck certainly is not white, I agree, because it doesn't even have 2 cells next to it that could contain region. The broad strokes, Jaleb, is that it's a Masyu puzzle where all the dots are either white or black. And so you're sort of drawing that in, but you also have these sort of 5 regions to sneak into the grid, and then the whites also act as either pro or anti-quadruple clues in a way that's somewhat complicated. Okay, so that's not the 6 for sure. A. And what one of these is A. So, what Selena and Ron are saying is that if I look at the grid, these are the 5 A's. This one I don't know which one it is. It's one of those 2. A is not C, right? Actually, this is A. So yeah, those 5 are A's. And so in particular, this 6 is never referring to an A. It's placing a digit in one of these cells, which is not an A. So therefore, A is not 6. A is 2, and C is 6. So that's a 6, and that's a 2. It's a very clever... that is a very clever thing. And so now we know all of our digits. Hey, Memerister. Nice to see you. Nice to see you playing Slay the Spire, by the way. I hope you're going to play other cool card games as well on your stream. So this can't turn because it would break the black dot. This therefore goes that way. This can't go down, so this goes up like that. You can gray that. This is a cloister, so we cloister our way through here. Now this white dot has to turn, so it turns like that. Now this is a corner, so it turns like that. That's a corner, so it turns like that. This needs to go down, because otherwise the world is not working. So that makes both of these gray. Now both of these are green because I need to count to 5. Okay, so good. None of the regions ended up touching each other anyway. So we balance is restored in the universe. Ooh, excellent. Monster Trainer Wild Frost sounds great. So that is 2. C is 6. I'd love some Magic drafts, by the way. I don't know if you play Magic, but if you played Magic, that would be awesome. These are, let's see, 2, 7, 8. These are a 4, 6 pair. These are a 4, 6 pair, and that one's not a 6. So it's a 4 and a 6, owing to that clue. C is 6, so that's the 6. D is 7, so that's a 7. A is 2, so that's a 2. I might do a draft or two on the 24-hour stream. We'll see. I can only imagine what a disaster that would be. This is at a corner. Bloop, bloop. This is at a corner. Bloop. And now our loop is done. And we only have to figure out what C is. C is 6. And then this last tree, it's not 8, 6, 7, or 4, so it is a 2. So congratulate... Oh, I didn't fill in that one either. Oops. I filled them in the wrong order. No! Puzzle broken. Yes, Meme Rister, we set up a Ko-fi. We've had one, but I figure for the 24-hour stream, since we're asking for stuff for moving, I figure it's better to encourage one-time donations than to encourage membership. I mean, of course, if people want to become members, we are thrilled with that. But Ko-fi was a nice way to sort of say, please donate something if you would like. So that is why I set it up that way. Very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. There was a really smooth chunk there in the middle where everything just sort of fell into place all at once that I really enjoyed. This is a very neat idea for a rule set. I enjoy this sort of combo in an interesting way, and the connection between white and black dots and the sort of quadruple thing was really cool. I think I will probably always suck at Masyu, so that part was difficult, but I don't, hate Masyu. I'm just bad at it, and it never clicks with me. And, I think the rule set of Masyu is, incredibly complicated by comparison to most of them, but sort of eventually it's supposed to click with you if you do it enough. It just has never really hit the point with me where it has done that, even though I have done, I'm sure, over 100 of them at least, but it does not work. But we all know Chacona is the one true pencil puzzle genre. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and I will be back shortly with more puzzles. So see you in just a moment. Alrighty. Next up, there's canal view puzzles. I have enjoyed the canal view puzzles that I've done before. Next up, we have a kuraban puzzle. So kuraban has this delightful series, which if you are newer to Sudoku, I highly, highly recommend. So this says SC30. That stands for Single Constraint 30. So kuraban has been setting for a while now a bunch of puzzles that use just one constraint, and they tend to use them very well. Many of the puzzles from this series before I have done on stream and have made the list. For example, one of them made the list of my puzzles of the year last year. So I highly recommend this, just if you would like to go. And a lot of them are only 2 or 3 stars in difficulty. Some of them are more. I think this one was 4, actually. There was a 5-star Reaches Some Lines one, but most of them are nice. I really recommend the Renban ones in particular, because of course Renban is one of the best constraints. But anyway, enough advertising, but I highly recommend these. So these things are thermos. What does a thermo mean? A thermo means that it goes, the numbers have to get larger as you go from the circle to the end. And so as I go from here to here, I go up by at least 1. But you could go up by any number more than 1. So for example, if this was a 2, this could be a 9, accepting the fact that it would have to keep going. But you don't have to go up in sort of like, you don't have to go up 1 at a time. You can go up any amount. All right. Does anyone have a recommended betting tree for this puzzle who has looked at it before? If not, I'm going to start good lifting this. So this is going to be an adventure in good lifting for sure. So the way I like to good lift things is to first pencil mark what is the absolute minimum case. So the absolute minimum case is that this is a 1. These are a 2-3 pair. This is a 4. These are both 5. This is a 6, and these are a 7-8 pair. That's the minimum. And then, of course, the maximum is that these are a 9, or sorry, that these are an 8-9 pair, and this is a 7. These are both 6s. This is a 5. These are a 3-4 pair, and this is a 2. Yeah, I was hoping someone in chat would suggest a bet tree, but it looks like I'm on my own, so we're going to go with row 9, column 1 for our bet tree. So the sort of way to think about this is always as what's the maximum and what's the minimum. So even if you have weird thermos like this one, that will work. Let's see. Lakia is suggesting I double click the thermo. It does not seem to do anything, but I'm not quite sure what is being suggested. So let's do the same. I don't know what the double click on thermo thing is. I'm double clicking on the thermo and it doesn't do anything. Okay, so let's do the same with this thermo constellation. So again, the minimum is 1. These are a 2-3 pair. That's a 4. These are both 5. That's a 6. That's a 7. And these are an 8-9 pair. So if you look at this sort of at minimum, then we actually already are very close to our actual minimum, because even when I'm minimizing every single cell, I still needed to use a 9 on here. So if I make this cell even as high as a 2, then I'm not going to be able to possibly make this work. Again, this is just the minimum. There is no, I'm not claiming that this is a good lift thermo. I'm just claiming the absolute bare minimum here is something like this. So yeah, this could be a 7. That's right. So yeah, so people are pointing out, yeah, I don't really know where so this could be an 8 or a 9. Yeah, but I wasn't sort of fully good lifting this. I was just noting I really do need to get to 9. So the point is that this cell has to be a 1. And so we get our 1 dance, and then we're going to get a whole bunch of digits. Ba-da-ba-da! Wah! Ba-da-ba-da. Wah. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Thank you, Zach. And so all of these cells that only sort of have this one option. So if this was larger than 4, it would again bully these things into being broken. If either of these was larger than 5, this would be larger than 6, and it wouldn't work. If this was larger than 6, there'd be 3 numbers bigger than it. That's not going to work. And so now I can actually sort of officially pencil mark this as 7, 8, 9. That one's not the 9. Oops. That one is not the 9. Okay, and so that now looks down, making that a 2, making these a 3, 4 pair, making that a 5, making these a 6 pair, making that a 7, and making these an 8, 9 pair. That 2 looks back up, which makes that a 3 and that a 2. The 3 looks down, which makes that a 4 and that a 3. 3, 4, 5 are a hidden triple in this box. Because if this was larger than 6, this number would be larger than 7, and it wouldn't work, Memerister. There would be too few numbers to put in this box. As soon as this was a 2, this number was min 7 and max 7. So where do 3, 4, 5 go in this box? 3, 4, 5 go over here. Which means that these are 1, 2, and 6. That's not a 6, which means that these digits are everything but 1, 2, and 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are 7, 8, 9. So that's actually a 7, 8, 9 triple in this column. I'm just going to highlight that just so I remember it, because it's interesting because it looks at this thermo. This digit in particular, I'll go ahead and circle as the same as that digit, just for posterity, because these are both a 7, 8, 9 triple. But that means this digit here is at most 6. This digit's at most 6. So this digit is at most 5, but it can't even be a 5 or a 4. So this digit's actually at most 3, but it's also at least 3. So that goes 3, 2, 1, and that's completely forced because of this triple. That forces this to be a 2 as well, because it's sitting between a 1 and a 3 on a thermo. This is only able to be 4, 5, or 6. This is going to give me another 7, 8, 9 triple, because this is at least 4, but it's not 4, 5, or 6. So this is 7, 8, or 9, but it's not 9, because it's not far enough along a thermo. So this is 7, 8, that's 8, 9, and that's another 7, 8, 9 triple. Just for, I think. So where does the other 7, 8, 9 go in this box? And the answer is it goes there, because it doesn't go there, and it doesn't go there because of the triples in the column. So that cell is always a 7, 8, or 9. It's not the blue circle 7, 8, 9, though. That will have to wait. Okay, let's fill in this row maybe now? I'm not quite sure yet. Row 5. Okay, so good point from Jay Dyer. I need 3 7, 8, 9s in this row. The only other place I can put one is there. So that's also a 7, 8, 9. So let us sort of min-max this. Do we want to try that? Okay, so at minimum, that's a 1. These are both 2. That's a 3, 4, 5, 6. Of course, this one can't actually be a 6, so it's actually min 7. And then at max, this would go 9, 8, 7, 6. Wait, this can't be a 6? So at max, this isn't a 6. At max, this is a 5. And these are double 4. And that's a 3. And this can't be a 3, actually. So it's actually a maximum of 2. And so if you do it this way, where you fill in all the maxes and mins, you have to go back and then actually fill in the digits in between. So these could be 3s, for example, except that one can't be a 3 because there's a 3 looking at it. But this one could be a 3. This one could be a 4. This one could be a 5 or a 6. This one could be a 6 or a 7. And this one could be an 8. Okay, so we've got all of that. these digits I'm going to go ahead and fill in because they're a little bit interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 1, 7, 8, and 9, interestingly. Is that interesting? I don't know. Good spot. A good spot from Jaleb. If this is a 7, then this is a 7, 8, or a 9, and I've got a 7, 8, 9 quadruple in the row. That's super smart. So this is not a 7. Agree. Nicholas has pointed out 5 is placed in this box just by Sudoku. That's a good point. So we've got that. 3 in column 7, Garion points out. Always there with that sort of spot. 3 in column 7 can't go here, so 3 in column 7 can only go there. So that's not a 3. And if that's not a 3, this can't be a 4. No, that's not right. Sorry. No, that's not true. This not being able to be a 3 doesn't do anything at all. One of these two is a 3. I don't know which one. That's a 3, though. Sayori points out by Sudoku, so that's not a 3. Okay, so now this cell is at least 4. And so now this cell can't be a 4, so this cell can't be a 5. So we've got sort of more action in our tuple mania. So yeah, so we've got... Yeah, one of these two is a 3. Okay. These two cells... Oh, no. Both 2 and 4, though. Both 2 and 4 are in these cells just by Sudoku. That one's, of course, not the 4. So one of these two is a 4. Interestingly... Sayori has a frankly gross way to spot it, but I'm very impressed. Where do 1 and 2 go in this row? And the answer is none of these cells can be 1 or 2, nor can that one be 1 or 2, because there's a 1 and 2 in the column. And so, therefore, Sayori's point is actually going to give us that that's a 2 and that's a 1. And so that's a 1, and that's a 4. And so we have all of that just sort of given to us. So these are just only coming from a few numbers. Let's see if Mark is working today. 6, 8, 9, that's fair. This can't be a 6, because if it's a 6, it creates a 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple in the row. Or I suppose the alternative way to say it is this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple in the row. So this is a 4 by Upal stuff. And now the same is true of 5, because now this is a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. So that's a 5. Whichever way you want to think about it, either way works. That's not a 1, that's not a 5. 1 is placed here just by Sudoku. So 3 is placed here just by our pencil marks. So we have this. So these are from 6, 8, 9. I am sorry, Jay. I will strive to find more complicated ways to see your deductions instead. 5 in box 4, says Ace of Spades. Yeah, there's a 3-4 pair in box 4, so that's always a 5. That's a good spot. So yeah, so one of those two is a 5. 7 in box 1 is definitely in one of these two cells. So I'll put 4 in both of them in the center. Thank you, Jim. So 7's in one of those, so that's not a 7. So one of these is a 7. So yeah, so there's a 4-5 pair in row 1, making this a naked single 2, in saying that as complicated way as possible. This is a triple of 3, 4, and 5, I want to say. 7, 8, and 9 are gone. It's not 7. 3, 4, and 6, actually, is what's over here. One of those is a 3. One of these two is a 6, but sadly there's not any 6s in the row. Let's see. Sayori sees that 1 is placed in box 9, so 1 is there. So that is not a 1. So one of these 2 cells is a 1. I don't think it's going to do anything, but I'll pencil mark it anyway. I'm going to just go ahead and let myself mark these. One of these 2 is definitely a 4 because of the column. The column needs a 4, and the 4 is down. This is a 5 or a 6. So that's a 4, 5, 6 triple. It doesn't do anything, of course. Let's see. There's a 7, 8, 9 triple in this column for sure. So this is not 7, 8, or 9. And it's not 4 either by the same argument that we made over here. So this is a 5 or a 6 only. By asking where 2 and 3 go in this box, we get that this cell can only be a 2 or a 3 because of the 2 3s looking over, and this cell not being able to be a 2 or a 3, which means that's not the 7. Let's see. Yes. This is a sextuple. J. Dyer points out, of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so J. Dyer's question is, where does the 4 go in this sextuple? And the 4 in the sextuple goes here. Alternatively, there's a 5, 6 pair in this box all of a sudden. I guess that's not real, but the 4 was definitely a good spot there. Also, just notice, where does 4 go in row 9? One of these 2 cells is a 4. I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. 7, 8, 9 over there. I probably should start asking myself things like, can this really be an 8? And does this being an 8 make 8 and 9 do something funny? Okay, so Screaming Ice Cube points out a simpler thing. This is a triple. The 7 in this triple is here. So this is not ever a 7. So now, when I look at this now quintuple, the quintuple now can only get its 7 here. So that was a great spot from Screaming Ice Cube, as always. So we get one of those. Okay, one of these 2 is a 9, Jaleb points out. And so that 9 looks over and makes this never a 9. That's only able to be a 6 or an 8. Row 2, column 1, not an 8. What am I missing, Judith? If this is an 8, that's a 9, of course. I don't quite see. I was trying to figure out that this couldn't be. Oh, right. We've got 7 corner marked in here, right. One of these 2 is a 7. If one of these 2 is a 7, that had better not be 8. Good point. Okay, yes. Yes. Good point. 7 and 6. So yeah, if this is a 7, this is a 6, but I don't see that immediately breaking, at least. let's see. I'm just looking for combos that are forced, and seeing if any of them are weird. Trying to see, like, do I think these two are the same digit or different digits? They're not the same digits, because these two are all but this digit, and these two are all but this digit, and this digit and this digit are different. So these cells together do include all of 7, 8, 9, or, like, I suppose the other way to say that is one of these is blue circle, and one of these is that cell. So there's probably, like, some coloring thing to do here on 7, 8, 9. So, like, this cell definitely goes in one of those two places, and therefore definitely goes there. So those two are the same. One of these is blue circle. So I'm going to upgrade blue circle to the privilege of being actually blue. And then we're going to say one of these two is blue. For sure. And so this is the third color of 7, 8, 9. This is yellow, let's say. So these are certainly an orange and a yellow. Oops. And these are a blue and a yellow. Okay, and so now I have to think something about the fact that there's a yellow in both of these, maybe, possibly. This is definitely yellow by the row. That's true. Ron and Jayla both spotting that. Just by the row. So let's see. Are we going to be able to continue this? I mean, this is certainly orange or blue. Yellow in box 4 is in one of these two. I can mark that. Yellow is either 7 or it isn't. If this was yellow, it would make both of these yellow. Is that impossible for some reason? That seems like the kind of thing that Kuraban would find and be delighted by. That somehow, like, if this was yellow, it would force both of these to be yellow, and that would do something, something, something down the line. But I don't see any obvious reason why this constellation of cells can't all be yellow. Yeah, not in my vision that I can see, at least. Let's see. Yeah, we've got our 5, 6, 8, 9. So I got 2 of yellow and blue and orange are down here. In fact, this quadruple contains all of yellow and orange and blue for the row. Let's see, if these are... Is there a problem if this is an 8-9 pair? That's a natural question to ask. If this is an 8-9 pair, then this is a 1 and a 6, but that seems okay. This is a 9. I'm now looking for X-wings to see if, like, I can see, like, 9s align or something like that. I feel like it's probably about playing the geometry of these thermos against each other with something about what yellow and orange are. But I don't know that one of these is yellow. I don't think. No, I do. So if yellow is 7, that's yellow, and that's yellow. Because these two have to... I can't put the 2 7s in the same row. I'm trying to figure out if that does something more interesting that I'm seeing. If row 6, column 2 was yellow, it forces, let's see, Jaleb says, I do agree yellow. Why can't that be? Oh, right, that can't be yellow. Right. Okay, that's a smart point. So Mr. Music Addict points out this cell is never yellow, because if it was yellow, then yellow would be 7, and this cell's not a 7. So yellow's always over here, at least, in this box. Let's see. We've got some horrible looking pattern here that's like some horrible setup for something like a skyscraper or something on 6s in these 2 rows, but we're going to be here a while if I have to figure out how that works again. I think it's going to do nothing, is my bet. I think this does absolutely nothing. But the fact that 6 in this row is locked into these 2, and in this row is locked into these 2, and in this column is locked into these 2, raises my suspicions, but I don't think it does anything. So I think even in the fantasy, I think the best you could hope for is that it would rule 6 out of something like that cell, which is not even relevant because that cell can't be 6 for lots of reasons, including the reason of just that. So I don't think it's very useful. Ooh, Selena has a thought. I'm all ears on this Selena thought. All the thermos are now forced to be correct. Oh, is it impossible now to write a thermo in the wrong order? Oh, wow, yeah, I think Selena is correct. I think it's now just impossible to write a thermo in the wrong order just because of the candidates we have. Both options for 6 in box 2 rule 7 out from yellow. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to understand how this is going to work. So, if this is a 6, that's a 7. I don't see why that makes it not yellow. Okay, if row 2, column 5 is a 6, then you get an 8-9 pair in box 8, which looks left, makes that a 5, and then orange becomes 7 in row 9. Good lord, yes. Okay, so if this is a 6, then you get that 8-9 pair, which makes that a 5, which makes this an 8-9 pair, which makes orange 7. So if this is a 6, orange is 7. And if this is a 6, these are an 8-9 pair, which makes this 6-7. Why does that have anything to do with them being yellow? Row 3, column 8. So that's a 7. So in the universe, wait, no, that's a 7, and that's a 7. If row 1, column 6 is a 6, the orange and yellow cells in box 3 become an 8-9 pair. So yeah, so if this is a 6, this is a 6. And so that's a 7. Which makes that an 8, makes these an 8-9 pair. Makes blue 7. Got it. Okay, so yeah, if this is a 6, blue is 7. Okay. So yellow is never 7, is the point of all of this. Good lord. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to get rid of the coloring and make that officially yellow. Now, does that even do even the tiniest little thing? I do not know. So 7 in box 5 is now not yellow. Because if yellow isn't 7, then nowhere that's yellow is a 7. So that makes this a 7. Makes this... I guess it's only blue or orange, huh? Let's see, yellow is down here. Hey, Heliopolis, hope you're doing well. Yeah, one of these two is a 7. Row 2, column 1 is definitely not yellow. That's true. Because row 2, column 1 only has candidates that do not have candidates in common with yellow. Yellow in box 3 is placed. Are we sure yellow can't go here and be 8? So yeah, so these are a blue-orange pair. I don't know if it's worth marking. This is blue-orange. And this is blue-orange. Let's see, Jim says look at yellow here. Row 9, column 6. Oh, sorry. Row 9, column 6 is blue-orange, and this cell is blue-orange. Just for the future. Likewise, this cell is blue-orange. There are a few cells which are known to be equal to row 5, column 3. That's a good point. So, looking at this in box 5, it's definitely that one. In column 4, it's definitely that one. So I'm just looking, where does this cell go in box 5? And it's not yellow. Okay, and this is an 8 or a 9, but it could be other things. Trixie. I liked Jay Dyer's observation that these are all the same. So these are either all blue or all orange, of course. Yeah, yellow is one of these two for sure. I agree with that assessment. If yellow is here, orange is 7. And so therefore orange is here. I feel like it's going to be something to do with the fact of where 7's going on these things, but oh, glad to hear that. What have you been trying to set with Heliopolis, or successfully setting with, it sounds like? I know that these two cells are the same, but it seems like that way madness lies. Let's see, what else is going on here? Orange, what are you doing to me? Come on, Orange, you can help. You can do it. That's true. Ambrose has a small point. One of these two is a 9, so that's never a 9. So if it's yellow, yellow is exactly 8. Oh, so this isn't a 9 either, while I'm clearing out those pencil marks. A microstudy certified banger. Excellent. Where are blue and orange in row 7? So these are the 3 cells that can be blue and orange in row 7. Is there a reason these can't be a blue-orange pair that would force this to not be that? And I certainly know one of these two is orange for sure. Okay. So if this is a 7, it's orange, which means that's orange, which means that's orange. Which means that this is yellow, and this is... Oh, it could even be yellow, can't it? I'm trying to see this. If this is a 7, it's definitely orange. I'm trying to see what that does through this box that's bad. Let me just fill it in. So we're going to just fill in 7 here recreationally. So if I fill in 7 here, it's orange. And so this is yellow. Hey, Jobo, how are you doing? So this would be a 7. This would therefore be blue or yellow. Let's see. These are 8, 9, so this would be a 6. This would, of course, be orange. This would be orange. Oh! Oh! Wait. That doesn't work. Both of these are orange, aren't they? No. They're not both orange. Orange is 7. No, Zeta. No, Zeta, no. Sad. Okay, I don't see the weird conflict. It's very possible it's there, but I don't see it yet. Even sort of filling it in. Let us see. Row 3, column 5 would be blue. What is going on here? Yeah, this puzzle actually started out as like a very nice sort of intro to good living, and then sort of has turned into some spot the exoset monstrosity in its later years. Hey, Kodak. See, if row 7, column 9 is 7, then both row 1, column 2, and row 9, column 5 are 6. Is that a problem? Yes, it is a problem, because it rules 6 out of box 2. So we have to go through this. Okay, so this is Selena's point. If this is a 7, we're going to chase 6s for a second. If this is a 7, then where am I getting a 6 from in this box? So now this is an 8-9 pair. So therefore that's a 5. Right, okay, so now, yeah, so now these are a 5-8-9 triple, making that a 6, which has made that a 6. Okay, so if this is a 7, that's a 6. I believe that part. So now there was another part about this being a 7. That certainly makes that a 7. So now these are an 8-9 pair, and so that makes that a 6. And the point is, in this instance, there is no 6 in box 2. So this is absolutely this is some sort of kite. I don't know what kind of kite, but this has got to be some sort of kite that's being set up here. And yes, Penguin F is the artist formerly known as Kodak. So yeah, so that breaks this box. So this definitely isn't a 7, in other words. Now, does that even solve the puzzle? Hopefully. So what we just proved, in a way that is not glorious, but that probably probably there was a way to look at where 6s were in these boxes and say, there's something to do with 6s that was probably more coherent. Anyway, that's 8-9. 7 is orange. So we've got that. 7's still orange. So these aren't orange. So blue is an 8 or a 9. Excuse me. 7 is orange, and so the orange is here. So that's the orange 7. This is not orange. This is not orange. That is orange. That is not orange. Sorry, no, that is orange. This is not orange. So we've got all of that hanging around. That's a 7 and a 9. This is an 8 or a 9. So it is yellow or blue for sure. This 8-9 pair looks at this cell, making it a 6, making this the other 8-9. So this cell is yellow because it's an 8-9 that's not blue. So this is not yellow. So this is yellow. This is a 7, so it's orange. This is now... somehow I thought I knew this was a 6, but maybe I don't actually know that. This, though, is blue for sure. This is yellow, therefore. Therefore, this is not yellow. This is yellow. And so yellow is 8. So everywhere there is a yellow, it is an 8. So this isn't blue, and this isn't yellow, because yellow is 8, and blue is 9. 9, 9. So none of these are 8s. This is just a 1. This is just a 6. This is just a 5 and a 6. And a 4 and a 5 and a 6. So let's see. So that's a 5. Let's see. That's a 7, it would seem. So it's orange. I do need my 9 here, so that's blue. So that is a 6 and a 9, and a 2 and a 6. That's not a 6, of course. Let's just fill these in. That's the 1, just by sudoku. This is therefore a 4, making that a 3 and a 4, and a 3 and a 4, making that a 2. And let's do a quick 7, 8, 9 run. So blues, yellows, it looks like I've got all of those. 7s, looks like I've got all of those. And so this digit seems to be a 3. So congratulations to all the 3 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true, including Bremster. Feels like we spent 95% of the time on the last 5% of that puzzle. I'm sure there was some, like, very clean classic Sudoku thing being set up here, but we did not find it. I'm sure that there's, like, a very elegant, oh, this is like a skyscraper on 6s or something like that, I don't know, that's being set up. It's a little strange to have the puzzle set so that sort of happens at the end, given the beginning. But whatever, it was cool to play with these thermos. I liked the sort of shapes of the thermos and the way sort of things got sort of forced at the beginning. I think this is a great, like, the beginning part of this, I think, is great practicing on how good lifting actually works. Because I think a lot of people get sort of tripped up by good lifting more complicated thermos. So this was a good example of that. The difficulty rises from the bulb at the end. Very true, Michael. Very true. That is absolutely absolutely correct. Hey, Mathpesto, how are you doing? I hope you are doing well. I am going to take just a quick break, just to stretch, and I will be back shortly with another puzzle. So see you shortly. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. We've got a DJV puzzle up next. This is a regular killer puzzle, and it's a regular killer puzzle where we don't even have to think about what happens with digits repeating in cages because they can't. So all that these cages in the grid are telling you is the sum of the digits in them. So, for example, these two digits sum to 6. So that is all we have to work with. We probably have to do a lot of adding. So it pays to remember what Simon always refers to as the secret, which is that the sum of every row, column, and box is always 45. So, for example, here there's sort of a secret bonus killer cage that says that these 3 cells sum to 20, which is kind of a lot. And these 3 cells also sum to something like 20. But it's not, no, it is exactly 20. No, these sum to 15. What am I talking about? I didn't add 10, 15, and 5 correctly. These sum to 15. These do sum to 20. Let's have a look. So I usually like starting with really tiny or really big cages. We don't have a lot of tiny or big cages to look at. I guess there's sort of only 2 ways. So we can mark all the ones that only have 2 ways of making them. So this is either 6, 9, or 7, 8. This is 1, 4, or 2, 3. By the way, if you don't know, there's a killer calculator built into Sudoku Pad that will tell you that sort of thing. So if you're like, I wonder if there's anything interesting for me to know about ways to sum to 14 in 3 digits, you can click this button, and then it will tell you, no, there is nothing interesting to know about sums to 14 and 3. So if you don't yet have these internalized, such as, for example, those, then, then you cannot do that. These are, the 6 cages are 1, 2, or 4, 5. Jaleb wants to try to add all of these cages, which is a very reasonable thing to do, but I'm not going to do it correctly. But let's try anyway. So those sum to 20, 31, 41, 52, 63, 75, 87, 96, 106, 115. So I think these sum to 115 is what I get. And so, therefore, these cells sum to 30. So, let's see. So, the human flesh cells sum to 30. If I did that right. No, not 30. 45 times 3 is 120 plus is 135. Right, sum to 20. Yeah, so the total sum of the boxes is 135. And so, yeah, so those sum to 20. That does not sound interesting, unfortunately. Microstudy would rather we put this in mud, I believe. Mudded up, as they say. The corners are 1s and 2s. 1 in box 6. Okay. That's a good point. Okay, got it. Okay. So here's a good start, at least. This is a tiny bit. So so I can't possibly put a 1 in an 11 cage or a 12 cage. So none of those are 1. And I can't possibly put a 1 in a 3-cell 19 cage either. Jobo, currently, yes. I have been hoping to get Sven to add the ability to draw killer cages into the grid so you can use it. Which would be cool. So the point is, yeah, one of these has to be a 1. Now, does that do anything? There's Fistimafel math? Are we doing, like, the expanded Fistimafel ring or something? The actual Fistamafel ring does not look at all promising here. But there's some sort of expanded one. Okay, let's try and do the expanded one. So the idea here, let's try and remember how on earth the expanded Fistamafel ring works. So is it I take these 3 cells, and I'll explain what I'm doing once I figure out what I'm doing. And I take it against like this row and this row. Oh no, it's 5. I take these 5 and I play them against these 5. There we go. That's what I do. Okay, so the observation here, this is the thing where if you watch Cracking the Cryptic, Simon's always talking about I didn't do this right, did I? I did not do this right. Let's see. I'm just going to steal Jay Dyer's one. Column 1 and column 9. And box 2 and box 8. Versus row 2, 3, and 7 and 8. Okay, so the thing here, and this is the thing where Simon is always talking about Scrabble tiles, if you watch Cracking the Cryptic, is that how did I miss this cell? I don't know how I missed this cell. Is that every yellow cell, well, what's in the yellow cells? The yellow cells contain the digits 1 through 9 4 times. 1 for each of these rows. Less obviously, the blue cells contain the digits 1 through 9 4 times because it's a column, and 2 boxes. And so the key observation here is that there's a natural balance in the universe between what's in the yellow cells and what's in the blue cells. Namely, just in a very literal sense, the yellow cells and the blue cells contain the same digits. And so there's an equation here of multisets, is what's really happening, if you want to think about it in those terms. And this equality of multisets will be maintained even if I throw away all the cells that are in common to both of them. Because, of course, they'll still be the same if I throw away things that are in both. I should also throw away those. And so, what we have here then is that we get the privilege of doing a lot more math. So these sum to, let's see, 19 plus 8 is 27 plus 6 is 33, 43, 58, 67, 75. So the yellows sum to 75. And these blues sum to 35, 45, 49, 59, 68. Oh, it's 74. Sorry, people say it's 74, not 75. So it's 74 versus 68. And so the yellows sum to 74. And the blues that I have highlighted sum to 68. And they're the same digits. Not even, keep in mind, not just the same sum. They're literally the same digits. And so what that means is these cells sum to 6. And if you look at where those cells are, the only way that works is as a 1-2, is if these things are all 1-2 pairs. And we get our first digit immediately because you can't put a 1 in an 11 cage. So therefore this is a 2. And we get to do our 2 dance. Woohoo! Waha! Weehee! Woohoo! Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. someone did approach me about whether I would do a set tutorial during my 24-hour stream if they sponsored it, and I did say yes. So you may or may not, depending on whether they end up doing it, you may or may not, in fact, see a set tutorial forthcoming. Yeah, bedding tree. Where should we put a bedding tree? Row 5, column 5, maybe. We'll put it there. 1 2 1 9 8 3 9. So now this is not 1 5 anymore. It's now 2 4. Now let's see. Now, yeah, that's not 1 8. Oh, this doesn't have an. Oh, that's not an 8. So that's not a 7. Well, J. Dyer did do a set Fog of War puzzle, so I feel like that's enough to inflict upon the world. Let's see. The 8 cage is 35. Oh, this 8 cage. Yes, this 8 cage must be 3-5. Got it. Okay, yes. The 8 cage is 3-5. I agree. That's one of my favorite jokes here that Sarah points out. If this is a 6-9 cage, then I have broken 1 9 2 8 3 7 and 4 6, and so there's no way to make 10. So this can't be 6-9. Somehow I keep hitting 3 instead of 6, even as I'm trying not to. And so the great spot to Sarah, and I always enjoy that. And so now what way am I making? This is 1 9 or 4 6 now, I guess, are the ways to do this. I don't quite know which one it is yet. This is not a 1, though. Oh, in fact, 1 is just placed here, Sayori is pointing out. Because of this 1 over here, that actually just is a 1 and a 9. So there's a 1 and a 9 in here. Spoiler, the 9 doesn't go in the 10 cage, or in the 7 cage. There's a 9 over here somewhere in one of these 2 cells, just by Sudoku. There's an 8 in the 19 cage. There's definitely an 8. And so if you've not sort of played with this sum calculator, it really does try and make your life nice by letting you mark, for example, I know there's an 8 in here, so it'll only show you ones with 8s. So, however, if there's an 8 there, there's not an 8 in the 9 cage, and so therefore that's a 1. So we've got that. That's because 8 goes with 1 in a 9 cage, so I can't put that there. So we've got... yeah, there's a 3 down here, Nicholas points out, because of these 3s looking at it. So there's a 3 down here, so I can mark that there is... Sorry, mark it... Stop it! I don't know how I broke it. I somehow broke it. Okay, sorry. I clicked something wrong. So there's a 3 in here. That's the point. And there's no 9. And so this is the sort of thing where this is very helpful. Especially if you don't misclick and make it take forever, is that you learn that this is a 3 6 8. For my money, there's nothing worse than having to make deductions like that. So having the killer calculator is great because it allows you to like do puzzles that involve that kind of deduction. So these are not 3, 6, or 8. Right, and this is just the 7 for the row. I can just do that to verify that I did not get tricked by Sven this time. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 6. Okay, so now this doesn't have a 6 anymore in it. Does not have a 6. So we've got all of that. Let us see here. So now I need an 8 in this box, and it can only go there. This digit, I must know what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 6. This 14 cage is does not contain a 1, does not contain a 9, does not contain an 8. I realized as soon as I started doing this that this was a really dumb idea to do this way, but I'm too committed now, so I'm not going to bother figuring out that I could just sum this. So this is a 3, 4, or 7, so we're going to do it that way. And therefore, this digit is a 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that. So let's see. What about this 18 cage? It does not contain a 1 or an 8 or a 2. So it's got a few options left to it. Let's see. And this still had a couple options left. Let's see. People pointing out 1 in box 4 is interesting, because 1 can't go in an 11 cage and can't go in a row with a 1. So one of these two is a 1. And if one of those is a 1, then one of these is a 1. The 1 can't go in the 10 cage, can't go in a row with a 1, so the 1 goes there with an 8. And so we get a 1 and an 8 down here. Sorry, in the corner, we get a 1 and an 8 down here. So this 10 cage must be very interesting now, because it's not 1, 9, 2, 8. So it's 3, 7, or 4, 6 are the two options. And that's not a 7, so that's not a 3. Would one of those break every way of making this 9 cage? That would be cute. But I don't think so. So this certainly isn't that option. It's certainly not that option. But yeah, no, 3, 7 doesn't work. 3, 7 does break every way of making this 9 cage work. If this were a 3, 7, then this would have no value. So this is not 3, 7, it is 4, 6. Okay, so these are just a pair. They are 3, 7. And we know the order. So that's the 3, that's the 7. Let's see, do I feel like being ambitious and doing the math this time? So that is 9, 16, 19, 21. So these sum to 24, so that's a 6. So this is whatever the remaining stuff is. Just mark it, 4, 5, 9. I like that that's even one of the options. So that means those actually do sum to the thing. So that 3 looks down and makes that a 5 and a 3. Let's see. This is not a 5 and a 1. Let's see. I was figuring we might get to use the colors again, but we probably don't have to. We can just dump them. And then we don't have to think about set anymore. Just get the taste out of our mouths. It's a little strange, but some people actually like set. Let's see. These are 10, 12, 31. So these two cells need to sum to 14, and they're not 6, 8, so they are 5, 9, and we know the order. So these are just some remaining things. They're 4, 7, and 8. Let's see. So this is not 2, 5, or 1, 6, so it's 3, 4. And so this is a 2, 7 cage, and I know the order. There's the 2 and the 7. Yeah, I liked the colors, Lakia, but some people were having trouble seeing the pencil marks over the blue, which was why I sort of got rid of it. This can't be a 4, 5 cage anymore because there's a 4, 5 down there. So it's probably a 3, 6 cage because it's not a 4, 5, 1, 8, or 2, 7. So it can only be 3, 6. Which makes that a 4, and that a 3, and that a 5, and that a 4. So we've got all of that. These are now just a fillable triple, if I remind Sven that 4 and 6 are not available. This can't be a 1 because it would need a 9. If this were a 3, it would need a 7. And if this were 8, it would need a 2. Funnily enough, those are all options. This is a fillable triple of 2, 5, and 9. The 2, though, can't go in a 12 cage, because if you put 2 in a 12 cage, you need to put it with a 10. And that's not going to work super well. So that's a 2, and that's a 9. Which makes this not a 2-4 cage, so it's a 1-5 cage, and we immediately know the order, which is lovely. Either this is a 2 or that's a 1, funnily enough. Actually, I know what this pair is. Let me fill it in. There are a 7 and a 3, because both of these add to 12, so whichever is the 5 goes with the 7, whichever is the 9 goes with the 3. So that's not a 3, that's not a 3. That's apparently not a 9 anymore. That's not a 5 anymore for mysterious reasons. That is not a 9. Okay. This is 2 or 7 only. If I would like to mark that. This 7 cage I should really look at, because it's not 1-6 and it's not 3-4. So this is always 2-5. And if this is 2-5, that's the 2 and the 5. That's the 7 and the 3. And so that is not the 5. That's not the 3. That's not the 3 either. These are... Oh, that's just a 5, just because there's a 4-9 pair there. These are a known pair that I should have filled in at some point in the distant past, but we'll fill them in now just because. Let's see. Let's fill in all of these. None of these are able to be 4. So if this is 6 or 8, this had better be odd. So it can only be a 5, making that a 6. Making that a 9 and a 3, and a 5 and a 7, and a 3 and a 6, and a 2 and an 8, and a 9 and a 2, and an 8, and a 4 and a 2, and a 4 and a 6, and a 1 and an 8, and a 6 and a 2. Getting a little bit of traction now. So that's a 3 and a 4 and a 7 and an 8. That is a 4 and a 7. That is a 6 and an 8 and a 3. That's a 1. That's a 9. That's a 4 and a 9. These two, Mark will know what they are. Thank you, Mark. 7 and 4. Mark probably knows what these are as well, if we ask nicely. That's a 4 and a 6. And the central cell is a 1. Congratulations to all the 1 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Very nice, very nice. I'm not a huge fan of set, but, you know, as set puzzles go, I didn't completely hate it. And then the rest of it was very smooth, and I liked the rest of it. Like the actual killer part was very flowy, which I liked a lot. But yeah, always enjoyable, and I like the sort of the way everything else is put together, and the getting that these are a 1-2 pair sort of gives you a really sweet place to start the puzzle, and then everything sort of flows from there. Yeah, I feel like there's like, I don't know, what do you estimate, Kodak? I feel like there's like a 2% chance that this puzzle was not intended to be done with set. But I also thought the same about the Jay Dyer puzzle that Tallcat and I did with set, and then it turned out that Jay did not at all intend set, even though the set like so perfectly fit the puzzle, and I know set is one of Jay Dyer's favorite puzzle types, so it's certainly well within the realm of possibility that someone designs a puzzle without intending set, but then a set is actually useful. But I mean, the thing about the Jay Dyer puzzle was it was super useful. It just wasn't what she intended. I don't remember how exactly it worked. I just remember there was an arrow puzzle where we like did the whole set thing. This was for the Cracking the Cryptic 500k subscriber app. And then we like did the whole like cancel the arrows in the circles trick, if you've seen that trick. And then it sort of turned out something. So yeah, But yeah, the sort of like the turning into like a really flowy thing with these 1s and 2s, that was very clever. Yeah, if you want a super symmetrical puzzle, even if you don't want the solver to use set, it helps to know about set. Of course, setting super symmetrical puzzles is usually the opposite of my style, but if you want to, then it certainly is very useful. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick stretch and be right back with more puzzles. So I'll be right back. Alrighty, momentary tech-related panic aside, we are back with a Playmaker cipher puzzle. This is interesting in that it is a cipher quadruple puzzle. So we'll have to see how this works. It'll be interesting to unravel. So we have here normal Sudoku rules. We have normal arrow rules. So the digit in the circle is the sum of these two. So 5 is 2 plus 3, and it is also 1 plus 4. So that would be an acceptable way to fill this out. A, B, and C are unknown digits, and they might be the same digit. So A could be the same as C, for example. in a circle, and this is a quadruple clue. I don't know why there's an A here when that's also an A. But anyway, this is saying that A and B, whatever they are, show up around here. And likewise, but the A actually shows up there, right? This A means that this digit's an A, right? I'm pretty sure that's true, even though I don't think the rules say that. At least I cannot find it. But we will lay down a bedding tree here, plant it, and hope it grows into something nice. Hey, Playmaker, hope you're doing well. This does mean that this digit or this cell contains a D, right? The rules seem not to say that unless I'm blind, which I probably am. But I just want to confirm this means that it is in fact that is in fact what this means, is that this is a D and this is a C and this is an A. Okay, so I believe that is what is going on, and so this is a B. I'm going to write those in big so that I don't lose track. One of these is a B, so one of these three is a B, and it's not this one. I know it's not this one because then that would make this a B, which would then make this quadruple wrong, so that's not a B. And so we get a little quadruple trick here right away, which is that we have a Jovi wing on B's. Namely, B in this box and this box are both constrained to row 1 and 2. So that eats up the B for row 1 and row 2. And so therefore the B over here is in one of these cells for sure. Now, can the B be on an arrow that some... Oh, this is just a placed C. I don't even have to think about it. This is a placed C. Oops. Ah! My hatred of the letter tool is now coming to fruition as I try and undo all of this. Okay. This is a placed C. Oh, could C and D be the same? Sorry, C and D could be the same. Right. I do know, though, that one of these is a C, right? I forgot about the whole gimmick of they can be the same. But that C... Oh, C and D can't be the same, because if C and D were the same, this quadruple clue would say there's two of that thing in the same box. Because, like, if you have a 4-4 and a quadruple, it means there's two 4s. So I think if C and D are the same, I think it breaks. Also, this isn't a C for the same reason as over there, but I think this is just a place C. So yeah, I believe that this actually is a C just by standard quadruple rules. So just for symmetry, these should be A and B. There's a C in one of those two places. Let's see. This is, of course, a 6, 7, 8, or 9. I don't know if I even really want to mark that. Yeah, we do have a Jovi on C's. Placing a C in one of these cells is worth marking, as several people in chat have noted. Let's see. So, what do we do with all of this information? So, we have to think about the fact that we can't have both of these things being true. Because if B is in one of these two cells, C is bigger than B. And if C is in one of these two cells, then B is bigger than C. So either this is a C or this is a B. I don't know which one, but that's certainly true. So one of B and C is... it could be both, right? It could be both. But at least, yeah, absolutely it could be both. Or is inclusive. But one of B and C is not very big. Because one of B and C has to be less than 9. And this is not a C either. So if it's B, that's the bigger one of B and C. Now No, if it's B that's the smaller one of B and C, if C that's bigger, this can't be a C, and so B would actually be less than two things. And so, so B would be at most 7. It's not quite getting interesting. I do not take either to be non-inclusive. If I want to be non-inclusive, I say XOR, is my usual way of saying it. So let's see. MicroStudy says, so this is not a B. Oh, sorry. Tristan needs something. I'm going to call Tristan real quick. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry, we were having an exciting discussion about homeowners insurance deductibles, so it was gripping. I am almost certainly going to do M. Nasty's quilt on stream during the 24-hour stream. I was originally afraid it was going to be too much grid, but I don't think it's too much grid. So I want to do the puzzle, even though I nominally set a ninth of it. But it was quite a fascinating puzzle that I want to talk a little bit about what the process was, and I want to do it because I think it'll be fun. I am almost positive, MicroStudy, that I am going to have completely forgotten. Like, I looked at it, and it took me a minute to remember which grid was mine. And how I remember that I put a lot of effort into like thinking about how I could make it as easy as possible for MNasty to connect it to other grids. So I remember that when I sort of turned in my version, I turned it in and when there were still 24 solutions or something like that to the grid and was like, whatever you want, you can have, so that sort of like make it a nice little slotty piece to go into the puzzle. People are saying C is 7, but of course I have no idea what's going on because I've forgotten everything. Let's see. So yeah, so C and B are definitely both less than 9. That's certainly true. And they're both at least 5, as Nicholas says, because 5 is the smallest number that you can make in 2 different ways, so I agree with that. So B and C are from 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so that means that this number here is at least 7. Yeah, I'm going to just delete this and delete that and put that these are 5, 6, 7, 8 just for keeping track of what B and C are. Oh, people are looking at this. sum. Oh, these two are the same digit. That's the point. These two are on the same. These two are the same digit, and so, and this digit is not C. So one of these two is red. I finally understand what Chad is talking about. I just kept being like, "What on earth are people?" But yes, that's what's happening, and so therefore this is not a 9. And now this digit though is on, again, the arrow summing to C. So C is strictly greater than red. So C is strictly greater than red, and red's not 8. Why do I have red not being... Right, red's not 9, but C is strictly greater than red because red's on the arrow. So that means C can't be 5 or 6. So C is only 7 or 8. And I think I previously argued that C couldn't be 8, but I'm going to try and remember why I thought that C couldn't be 8. If C is 8, then that's a C, and that would be a 9. It made sense to me before I called Tristan. But I no longer have any recollection of this. Because row 6, column 4 can't be 1. Right. Okay, that's the point. Right. One of these is a 1 because this is not a 9. And as soon as this is not a 9... chat made a lot of progress on this puzzle during my short call, but then my brain lost. So one of these is a 1 because this isn't 9, and every length 3 arrow where all 3 digits see each other that sums to a single digit number that's less than 9 has a 1. So, therefore, if C is 8, C can't go on an arrow that sums to less than 8, so C would go here, but then these two numbers would sum to at least 10. So C can't be 8, C is 7. So we will do our 7 dance. Ow. Bo. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So C is now 7, so we can get rid of these cursed things from our grid. So this is not a 7, that's not a 7. It is an 8 or a 9. So now red appears on a 7 arrow, so red is not 8, so red is 6, and we can get rid of red from the grid, and that red as well. One of these two is a 6, I will mark. So one of these two is a 1. These are certainly a 1, 2, 3. So this is at least 4, so therefore this could never be the C. So one of these two is a 7. Not a C. And now the sum of this arrow is at most 8, but it has an 8 on it. So this is an 8, and this is a 1, 7, is the point of all of that. So B is 8, wherever B may be. Yeah, so one of these is an 8. One of these is an 8. We can get rid of the B out of this, just so that we don't have to think about the letters anymore. Of course, one of these two is 7, because C is 7. Right. B is down here, we said, and B is not on this arrow. That was the whole, thing we started doing. So B is actually here, which makes that a 1 and a 9, and that a 1. These a 2, 3 pair. Very good, very good. Let's see. So yeah, one of these is 1, 6. I don't know too much beyond that yet. I don't think. Let's see. Of course, these are 2, 6, or 3, 5. I don't know if that's interesting. B is 8. I should remind myself of that by putting an 8 in one of, or by corner marking 8 instead of B. Ah, 1 is placed in box 9. Very good spot. So 1 is not in any of these cells, it's not in any of these cells, and it's not in any of these cells. And it's not in the circle of a 2-cell arrow, so that's a 1. So one of these two is 1. For what it is worth. Okay. So what can these be? Let's see. This can be 4 or 5 or 7 or 8. It can't actually be an 8 because it would make this a 1. So this can be 4, 5, or 7. If this is a 7, this is a 2. Otherwise, this is itself a 4, 5. Interesting. So the question is, what's this digit? So it's a minimum of 5 by the fact that these two cells are at least 2, 3. So this is at least 5. Now, it can't be 6, 7, or 8 just by pure Sven. And Garion has a beautiful spot, which is that this can't be 5, because if this is 5, these are a 2, 3 pair, and now this 8 arrow has no fill. So this, in fact, is a 9. So that places a 9 here in this box, which means that one of these two cells is a 9. No. Means that one of these two cells is a 9. There we go. I'll put them in the right place eventually. Yes, that was a very cute spot, Garion. So if this is a 7, that's a 2. 9 is just... No, 9 is not placed in box 6. Because 9 could be D, I think. Do I know that D is not 9? I don't think I know that D is not 9. So one of those two is a 9. So one of these two is a 9. Let's see. Right. D is not 9 because of this quadruple. The quadruple says that D is in one of these cells, whereas 9 is in one of those two. Those don't overlap, so D is not 9. So that is 9. And so that's a 9. Good spotting to Sayori, as usual. So no 9 there, no 9 on an arrow, no 9 in a column with a 9. So one of these two is the 9 in this box, so that's not a 9 and this is a 9. Continuing the Chase the 9s game. Let's see. Okay, so let's write in what this can be. So again, this is at least 5. But it's not 7, 8, or 9, in fact, because of sudoku. So, so this is either 5 or 6, which means that these are either exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 4, 5. So these are always from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are no other digits that can go here. So in particular, that's never an 8, and that is an 8, which means that's not an 8. Means one of those two is 8. 7 in this box, where does it go? Not on the arrow that would mirror it here. So the 7 actually joins the 9, and these are a 7-9 pair. And so this is only a handful of things. I need the 1 and the 2 here regardless. So this is a 3, 5, or 6, I believe, if you think about this. So we've got that. Right, it's never 5, because either this circle's a 5 or it's a 6, and if it's a 6, there's a 5 on the arrow. So right, so this is only 3 or 6, so that's 3 or 6. If this is 3, then this is 1, 2, which is a problem because this can be neither 1 nor 2. So this can't actually be 3 because of this box having 1, 2, and 3 already eaten alive. So this is a 6, and that's a 5. And that's also a 6. This is a 4 or a 5, and that's a 1 or a 2. That being unable to be 6 means that's not 1, and so that's the 6 and the 1 by our pencil marks from earlier. So these are the 2, 3 pair. These are the 1, 4 pair. That looks down and fixes my 7 and 1 down here. Let's see now. So the 6 in this box is either exactly here or it's on the arrow. Is interesting to me. This is a very, very cute puzzle, Playmaker. I very much enjoy this. 1 in box 4 is just placed, Ambrose points out. One in row 2. So do I know for sure that A isn't 1? Probably if I look in the right place. For example, here. 1 sees every cell on this AB quadruple, so A is not 1. And so in row 2, therefore, the only place for a 1 is there. So that's a 1 and that's a 4. Which now means that this is not 1, 6, or 3, 4, so this is now forced to be 2, 5. These are the other ones. Oh god, Mark tries to put the letters in there. Get it away, get it away. So these are a 3, 4 pair. Except I know the order because of that 2, 3. So that is a 4 and a 3. So these digits are some other ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one I know is not the 7. So that's a 2 or a 5. Let's see. I'm going to get rid of this A. So these digits are a 2, 3, and a 4. A 2 and a 4. So A is 2 or 4. I don't think I know which yet. Let's see, we're going to get rid of this just so that things don't happen anymore. Yes, we do have a Jovi on 2s in these columns, so one of these is a 2. Oh, right. I guess the easier way to say that is there's a 2, 4 pair in the box with the cell marked as 1 or 2, so that's going to make my life a lot easier in terms of all of that. Okay, if this is only 4 or 7, this can't be 4. So this is 2 or 5 now. Funnily enough, we have a virtual 2-5 pair because this arrow also needs a 2 or a 5, so I'm going to fill that because I'm a sucker for virtual pairs. This is not 2 or 5. Interesting. Wait, there has to be a 4 in one of these two cells. And that's... So you can't have a 4-4 arrow. So this has been forced to be a 4 for a while for reasons that have nothing to do with anything. So yeah, of course that's a 3 or a 6. J. Dyer found an 8. It's believable. 8 in row 6. Not there, not there. Wow, fancy. So J. Dyer has spotted that the 8 in row 6 goes here, and in column 8, where now the 8 doesn't go there or there, so the 8 goes there. J. Dyer hunting down all the 8s. For posterity. 5 in row 6. Excellent, excellent. Good spotting to Martin there. 5 in row 6 is placed, making that a 2 and a 7. That being a 2 makes this a 3-5, which makes this a 6. And the 3-5 is actually sorted out, so this is not a 5, which means this is a 2-7. And I know which one it is even, so that's the 2 and the 7 and the 5 and the 2 and the 5 and the 2. Sorry that we dodged your complicated way of sorting this all out, Sayori. I was going to look at it if we got stuck, but we did not quite get stuck enough. So that's a 3 and that's a 4. These are known now, and I have fortunately saved us from the letters. So that's a 4 and a 3 and a 5. Let's see. Yeah, row 6 is doing pretty well. 2, 3, 4 goes there. 3 and 2. This is known to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is a quad consisting of some stuff, like an 8, a 3, a 6, and a 2. Notably not using it or anything. So that is a 6. That's a 6 by Sudoku. I'm going to decorate all of these cells now with markings, now that we have spared ourselves. So this seems to be a naked 2 and a 7. So these are no longer 7. Let's see. There's been some requests to not use the fact that we know what A is. I have marked that one of these is an 8, which would imply this is not an 8. That's because I know that B is 8. So in fact, that's a 9 and a 7 and a 9 and a 3 and a 7 and a 3 and a 5 and a 9 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 2 and an 8 and a 5 and an 8 and a 4 and a 4, and our betting tree is an 8. Did I even use that A was 2? When did I use that A was 2? I feel like I didn't use the A's at all. I must have somehow, somewhere. I don't know where, though. I feel like I used that I knew what B was, but I don't think I used A at all. I must have. I doubt that A was uninvolved, but I did not consciously identify that I was using A at any point. Very cute puzzle playmaker. I like that one a lot. It's very possible, as Martin says, that the A was just there to stop some other letter from going there. That is eminently plausible. Like there's all kinds of ways that can have been used to avoid that. It mattered that it wasn't 1. That sounds familiar. To make connect 4. Does 2 connect with 7 and 8? What was B? Did we ever figure? Oh, B was 8, C was 7, and D was 4. A was there for the 1. Okay, that makes sense. Alrighty, let me take a quick break, and then pull up another puzzle, and we can probably do one more puzzle today. So I will do that. So we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Selena saying they're intending to participate for the full 24 hours. That would be amazing. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be interesting to play a bunch of games on stream, since I don't play that many games on stream. So we're certainly going to play a lot of various games. We'll see how far down the rabbit hole we get with the crazy games. Like we'll see if we end up playing Factorio and doing magic drafts or whatever. But certainly there are a variety of interesting puzzle games that I have wanted to play. So we'll play some of those, and then we'll see what other nonsense appears. Alrighty, so we have this Rangsk puzzle up next. That is fascinating. Jay Dyer says she won't be around the full 24 hours, but can set up a script to auto-post weird puns in chat occasionally. We'll see if I get purple hair. Carnival cake hair, if you will. Carnival cake frosted tips. Yeah, there we go. All right, so this is not a standard arrow puzzle. This is a puzzle where some arrows are righten and some arrows are wroggen. And the clues outside the grid give you the sum of the circles of correct arrows. So if this arrow is correct, then this would be a 9, and it would contribute 9 to that 17. For example, here there are 26 worth of arrows that are correct, and so on. I do not know a good bet tree for this one, so I'm just randomly going to put it here and hope. But this is a very cool idea for a rule set. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I'm noticing that, for example, 8 and 9 are too small for it to be the case that both of these are correct. So one of these two circles is an 8, because if both of these were correct, the minimum sum of the circles would be these, which would be 10. And that's not going to work. So one of these two cells is an 8, and one of these two cells is a 9. Now that's very interesting with the 17 clues looking down at these. Because if the 8 and 9 that are correct are on the same side, that would be the entire 17. And that is very interesting to me. Now, one of these has to be correct by row 1. If neither of these are correct in row 1, then the sum of the correct arrows here... Actually, no, maybe I'm okay with that. Maybe it's fine. But I want to do Jay Dyer's point, which is good, which is that I can't get to 19 in 2 circles, because you can't get to 19 in 2 numbers. So all of these are correct, or righten, as they say. So these are all good, honest, hardworking arrows, doing good, honest, hardworking arrow things. So probably this doesn't add to... This probably isn't a 13, so probably one of these is correct as well. Let's see. I'm trying to decide. So this arrow, these arrows, if they're correct, they have to be a 9. I'm trying to decide if it should, for some reason, be clear to me that I can't make... Oh, right. Okay, yes, it is clear to me. No. Dagnammit. Can I make it so that neither of these are right? If I can make it so that neither of these are right, then I would need to make 2 of these an 8-9 pair. So together, those cells would sum to 34, and the remaining cells would sum to 11, and of course the arrow would be wrong. But that's probably okay. I see Tom pointing out in chat that this column, the same argument that Jay made, is correct, which is that these two are the only two in the column. So if I want to get to a sum of at least 15, then these have to be both from 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm going to mark that this cell is big just in case it matters. It's always possible that it matters someday. Martin also said that, I see in chat. I missed initially. Let's see, Selena says this is also correct. If this was incorrect, right. If this was incorrect, this would need to be a 9, which would put a 9 here, which I looked that far before Selena said the comment, and I was like, oh, but there's no problem. But there's, of course, a huge problem, because if this is a 9, that's a 9, and now I've got a 9 on a correct arrow, which does not work. So this is always right. For sure. If this is right, these are a 1, 2. Which is interesting. Yeah. Eckbert said it concisely, this can't be 9. Because that would make this 9, which would put it on an arrow. That was the thing that I was missing in my life. Well, one of these is an 8, one of these is a 9. That's the thing I know, Sayori. If this is a 9... So I'm looking at Martin's point, which is if this is a 9... Oh, never mind. Okay, we have retracted. Hey, both yellow and green are right, Nicholas. That's what we proved. Both yellow and green are right. The question is, are they on the same side, yes or no? That we do not know yet. If they're on the same side, then everything else in the column is wrong. But one of these is a correct 8. One of these is a correct 9. That's what we know. This can't be the same as row 6, column 6, because it's in the box with this. And that is the same as that. So these can't be the same. Column 7. Row 6, column 7. Does this have to be the same as that? I don't know. Oh yeah, it does. It does. Right, these two are always the same. That's gorgeous from Martin. These two cells and these two cells are both part of a sum to 9. So this is either right, in which case this is the complement of these two sum to 9, or it's wrong, in which case these two are just both 9. So these two cells are always the same, which I'm running out of different ways to mark, but these two are always the same, which is very clever, and I wish very badly that it did anything. But that is a very cool observation. It may be useful at some point. Of course, that's purple as well. So one of these two is purple. But I don't know which one. So Sayori says if this is incorrect, then you must have 8 and 9 in box 7. I think I believe that. But I don't follow the rest of it. Oh, right. Okay. So the point is, if both of these are wrong, then I need to put 2 8s and 2 9s in these rows. That's the actual point that Sayori is making. As soon as this is wrong, the 8 and 9 from green and yellow end up living on this side of the world, and then they can't live on the other side of the world, and then I can't get to 17 over here without making this work. And the ultimate point of this is that I can't have 3 correct arrows living over here. And so, I would just have, these would just be incorrect out of the gate. So yeah, so one of these is a 9. That is correct. Okay, I now believe that one of these is a 9. So on whichever side that is, this is a 1-2 pair. So certainly this arrow is wrong on whichever side that happens. So one of these is a 1-2 pair. One of these is a 1-2-3 triple. So in this row, we have 9 total already. So if I sum 2 of these, that's too many. So I think this is our first digit of the puzzle. I think this is an 8. Because in row 1, I know there's a 9 total out of these. I need 8 more. But I can't get 8 in 2 correct arrows in the same box. So this must be an 8. And we get our first digit of the puzzle. Ba-doop-ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop, woo! Woo-hoo! Wee! Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So now these 2 arrows sum to 11, for whatever that's worth. These are both wrong now, by the way. These are both wrong, for sure. Red's probably a bad color for wrong, since I'm using green for right. I'm going to use, like, I'll use gray for wrong, just to indicate that they don't count. So we've got that. Oh, we could do X for wrong. That's a good idea. So we'll just make that a gray X. Then it'll really pop. Good, good. I just don't want to use red-green because that's the most common pair for color blindness. So we've got a few options here, I suppose. Okay, so people in chat are looking at one of these 9s goes with, well, one of these 2 9s goes with an 8 over here. What does the other 9 go with? The other 9 needs to go with an 8 somewhere. It's not there, so the only other place for the 8 to go is here. So people in chat are pointing out that for sure one of these 2 is 8. Which I definitely believe as I attempt to adjust myself in my chair and fall over. So actually one of these cells is 8. It's not the one in the middle. Just to make that work. And now, if one of those is 8 and correct, now the question is it possible that all 3 of them are correct? Hey, Rangsk. I am enjoying this so far. This is a delightful idea for a rule set. So yeah, the thing we have to rule out is that we have an 8 together with 2 arrows that sum to 5. But the 2 arrows that summed to 5 would need to be length 2 arrows that summed to 3 and 2 or 4 and 1, and neither of those is possible. So therefore, this is always a 5, is the point, because the 5 plus 8 is 13. And so 5 and 8 are 13, so therefore this is a 6. So therefore purple is not 6. So this is 7, 8, or 9 for the record. Okay, the 8 I now know. The 8 now is 1 plus 7 because 2, 6, and 3, 5 are gone. So this is 1, 7 for whatever that is. And so now this is 2, 3 just to make that work. People are saying purple is not 9. That would be very interesting if it was true. Why is purple not 9? see. 9 in column 5. Ah, 9 in column 5. Right, 9 in column 5 is in one of these two cells, so purple is not 9. And therefore, this arrow is correct. And it is a 1 or a 2, and that's a 1 or a 2. So this is a 4 or a 5 in order to make the sum work there. Right. As soon as this is a 7 or 8, Sayori points out this is also a 7 or an 8. And Martin with a smart spot. This is no longer the correct 9, because the correct 9 would need to be 1, 2, 3. So this is not the correct 9. This is the correct 9. So that's the correct 9 over there. And so we can fill in these digits. Those are 1, 2, 3, and these are 1, 2. That is not a 9, and we can get rid of these colors. They have served their purpose. There we go. Sorry. I got over-aggressive and then deleted the 9s. Okay. So there's certainly a 1 and a 2 over here. So now this 7, 8 is either 3, 4 or 3, 5, and always has a 3 in it. And so the exact same thing is true over here, except I know where the 3 goes, is what Martin is pointing out. Because if this is 1 or 2, wait, is 2, 5 not possible? Why is 2, 5 not possible? 2, 5 would make this a 1 and a 1. I feel like 2, 5 is possible still. That is true. I can mark that these arrows are correct and these arrows are incorrect now. By the 9 someone circles. Right, these two sum to 9. So if this is a 7, that's a 2. So therefore, this is never a 2. This is always a 3, so that's always a 3. That's very clever. So just in case you didn't see that, these two always sum to 9 because of the column clue. So if this is an 8, this needs to be a 3 in order to make it so that these actually sum to 8. If this is a 7, nominally this could be a 2, except that that's a 2 in that instance because of the 9. That was a very smart spot. So we've got a 4, 5 here and a 4, 5 here. And these are, in fact, a 4, 5 pair. They're not the same because these are both 7, 8s. So these digits, if I just write in candidates for these cells, they're not 4 or 5 ever. And they're not 3 because there's a 3 in the row. And this one isn't 1 or 2. It's not... Oh, sorry. It could be 9 for all I know. But I just wanted to mark for the record, I know these are not 4, 5 because they see a 4, 5 pair. Okay, and so now this arrow is not possibly correct because this number is bigger than 3. That doesn't work. So this is just wrong. Selena points out. In fact, Martin points out this digit's purple. Oh, was I completely wrong in my reasoning here? Oh, I did this backwards, or I did this not well. I have to do that all again. But I'll do it the easier way, which is to just place purple here, like Martin said, and not reproduce my argument. It should have been these cells and this cell that see... Sorry, it's these cells that see both 4, 5s, and then these cells that see... No, sorry, these cells. So that and those are the cells that see both 4, 5. So these are the ones that I can pencil mark and say they're not 4 or 5. And then this one's not 1, 2, 3, or 6 either. And then this one is not 3. That one's not 9. Okay. Anyway, this is still wrong. And this is a 7-8 pair, so that's a 9. That is a sweet spot. So now the 9 in this box is in one of these two cells. I need to get to 26 here. So one of these is probably going to have to be a 2 arrow. That would be the coolest thing to have happen. If this is wrong, I would need these to sum to 11. I don't know that that's immediately impossible. I don't think it's immediately impossible. Oh. No, it is for a slick reason, right? Okay. So if this is not a true 9 arrow, this is Selena's point. If this is not a true 9 arrow, then that's a 9, and this arrow is wrong. And so I'd need these two to sum to 11. But what digits could they actually contain? And the point is they could not contain 6, 7, 8, or 9. And so these two digits would be at most 5 and 4, and that's not going to sum to 11. So therefore, this is a correct arrow. And it is a correct arrow summing to 9 of some sort. And so, therefore, one of these is a correct 2, which needs to be a 1, 1, which means one of these is a 1, and means that one of these two is a 1. Certainly this is not a 1. This one would go with an 8. Sure. Let's see. Row 4, column 6 is not 2 anymore. Right, because there's a 2 down here. Right, so this is a 1 and a 1, and that's a 5. Making that a 2 and a 1. Making that a 7 and a 1. Making that a 1. Making that an 8 and an 8. Making that a 7 and an 8. Making that an 8. I like seeing that 8 is 3 plus 5, even though I didn't use that. So these are not 1 or 8. That has become an 8 by my previous pencil marking. That has become a 1, so that goes with the correct 2. So that's not the one. I can get rid of the orange color now. So now there's a 1 exact... No, the 1 is in one of these two cells. I don't know which one exactly yet. I don't believe. I do know there's a 9 here just by Sudoku. There's a 9 in one of these two cells. I don't think I know which one yet. Let's see. I should just pencil mark these. They are from 4, 5, and 6. And these I can pencil mark. And they are not 2 or 3 because of the column. So one of them is definitely a 7. Oh, right. This is wrong. And this is right. We can mark. Oh, these are just a pair. So this is 4 or 7, but it's not a 4 because it's on a right arrow. So that's a 7 and a 2, and that's a 4 and a 6, and that's a 1. So that's a 1. That's not a 1. 6, 2 would work. 1, 7 would work. Ah, yes, this is an arrow that's correct that has a 3 on it, so it had better have a 4 to go with that. Can verify that this arrow did not turn out to be correct. So 4 and 7 are down here for sure. So whichever of these is the right 8 arrow, one of these is a correct 8 arrow. It definitely has the 6, because the right 8 arrow can't be 1, 7, and it can't be 3, 5, because this would have to be the 5, and this would have to be the 3, but there's a 3 in the column. So this is not the 6. And so one of these two is the 6, and it's going with the correct 8 arrow. Just to make that work. So yeah, so one of these is 8, 6, 2 exactly. And whatever the correct 6 is, it looks up. Thank you. So making that a 5, making these not 5, so these are those things. Let's go ahead and pencil mark this box and this box. Okay, so I know these aren't 2 for lots of reasons. So I know these aren't 5 or 3. So this is only 4 and 7. So these are not 4 or 7. They are 3, 5, and 8. So this is never a 5 or a 6. And that's not a 6 either. So these are a 2, 9 pair. That is always sweet, Rangsk, when someone ends up following your path pretty much exactly how you imagined it. This is a very cool puzzle, by the way. I don't know how you have time to set puzzles, given all the other things you do. 4 in column 5, I'm being asked about. 4 in column 5 certainly goes there. So this is a 3. So there's a 3 up here somewhere. Let's see. Let's see. 8 in column 8. Right, the 8 in this box is down here, so it's not in column 8. So 8 in column 8 only goes here. Maybe I should start marking and looking for singly stuff. I did not find any singly stuff. I regret to inform you. 9 arrow in box 9. Okay, so what could this be? So it's not 1, 8. It's not 2, 7. So this could be 3, 6, in which case it would go in that order. Or it could be 4, 5, in which case it would go in that order. And so the reason why Selena had us point that out, look at that, is that Selena somehow saw that that's a 3, 5 pair in the row, which is awesome, giving us a 2 and a 3. So this is no longer a 3. Now, if this is a correct 8 arrow, it's a 2, 6. That does not sound good to me, but because I know the correct 8 arrow over here is a 2, 6. That would put a 6 there, but that doesn't immediately feel like it needs to be a problem. Hey, Irregular, hope you're doing well. 7. Okay, there's some digits in this box, I hear. Let's see, I've got the 4, 6, 7, triple. These sorts of things. Let's see. So worth thinking about what these cells can be. Okay, so those cells are a 5, 7 pair. The problem occurs if I make this a 7. If I make this a 7 and an 8, and this a 2, 6, 8 arrow. 8, 7, 3, 5. I'm trying to figure out what has happened that has gone wrong. Oh, sorry. I misunderstood what was meant by the other way around. If this is 8, 2, 6, then 8 and 2 go into these cells, and there's no way to put an 8 and 2 in these cells that make this a correct arrow adding to 8. So this is not 8, 2, 6. This is 8, 2, 6, or 8, 6, 2. Good spotting again. So that's an 8. That's a 5. That's a 3. That's a 9. That's a 5 and a 4. It's not an 8. This is 2, 6 as well. So that's the 6 and the 2. These are 3 and 7. 7 and 3 like that. I was looking at it every way but the right way. I feel like I kept trying to do it in a whole bunch of different ways, none of which worked well. 7, 4, 6, but fortunately that's what chat is for. 7, 3, 4, 6. These are a 2, 5 pair, so that's a 7. That's a 5 and a 6. 2 and a 3. That's a 3 by Sudoku. This digit is markable. In fact, we could just mark this whole box while we're at it. Mark will appreciate the attention. This is a 2. Let's see. So these are not 6 or 7. They are 4 and 9. This is a 5, making that a 9 and a 6. That is a 5, making that a 4 and a 5, making that a 9 and a 4, making that a 7, making that a 2. And then our very last 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and our betting tree is a 9. So congratulations to all of our 9 bettors out there, and may all your betting tree wishes come true. Wow, this puzzle's been solved 24 times in the few days that this has been counting. Very nice. Very nice puzzle. And nice solve count, too. Well, Rangsk didn't give me the bet tree, so I just picked artificially, which is why we had to do more than the usual amount of working around the bet tree. I'm sure if Rangsk had picked, it would have been a cell that was an 8. Like, it would have been row 9, column 6. Or, sorry, row 8, column 6. I think that would have been what Rangsk would have picked. Alrighty, well, that was very cool. And we're about at the end of the stream, so reminder, the next stream is the 24-hour stream on Monday. Now, the way that YouTube works, YouTube will not, in fact, let you do 24-hour streams. 24-hour streams, YouTube caps streams at 12 hours. So what we're doing is we're featuring the stream in 3 8-hour segments, but they will really be 3 8-hour segments back to back. We're not going to spread them across a week or anything like that. So you can look forward to that. We are, as always, welcoming support in all forms. So if you want to become a YouTube member and support the stream, we greatly appreciate that. But we also understand a lot of people aren't really able to do that. So if you want to give us one-time donations, we now have a Ko-fi link, so you can give us one-time donations at any point now. So so go ahead and look forward to the super long stream. If I get enough donations, I will dye my hair carnival cake purple, so you can look forward to Zeta with carnival cake purple hair. We shall see if that happens. But there will be much puzzling, much gaming. I know, among other things, I'm going to do Bitty Bytes 3, and I'm going to do the quilt puzzle that M. Nasty put together with help from a bunch of setters. Including myself, but I only did 1/9 of it, so I have not seen the other 8/9 of it, so we'll do that. Yes, and as Kuraban says, please hit like on the video, and please hit like on the 24-hour stream as well. Greatly appreciated. I hope to see all of you there. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream in all of the ways that you do. We greatly appreciate it. It really does mean the world to us. And I look forward to getting to stream more over the summer in general. I will not be doing multiple 24-hour streams, I do not believe, but I will be able to stream a little bit more because I'm now not teaching. So I'll probably be able to go back to streaming 3 days a week and try and sort of space it out once we get our place all set up. Today's stream was great, so thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you at the 24-hour stream. As always, I should also thank my lovely turbine, so the people who donate at the top level. I thank everyone, by the way, on every sort of like going away screen or whatever, so you can see the full name of everyone, but I'll read the names of the people at the top level, which are David Ratner, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, and Willie. Thank you very much, and thank you for hanging out while you knit, Franco. I hope you enjoyed yourself. But I will thank you for watching, and I will see you for this adventure that I have set for myself with the 24-hour stream. So I will see you then. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.